welcome back to Into the Wildlands. I'm your DM for this evening, Miser, and when we last left our group, the Fading Hearts, they met with the Myconoid matriarch, Gianato of the Hidden Grove tribe, and upon establishing some agreements, understanding, and slight conversation of, yes, leave the tribe in because they are staring their neutral stance with the other tribes and don't lead the Venom Hand into their place in ire. Also, don't no flames or fire in any sort of manner, resulting of death of explosions. The group found themselves in a peculiar situation. Thus, they left with Gur and Vestio's groups to head to the Sharptooth tribe, which they were being led by their guide, Igmalos. The group traveled through the vast underground systems and were also accosted by unknown fiendish reptilian creatures that were no allies to anyone or any tribe other than to themselves. A brief skirmish afterwards, the group won the battle and continued to make their way to the Sharptooth village after departing ways with Gur and apparently hearing Vestio and his group went straight to the Emerald Star post because they had been fighting nonstop and have gained their level of exhaustion. Upon reaching the Shartu tribe, the group decided to rest for a bit and collect their thoughts on the various things going about, especially on the continuing train track of what their mutual foe Matthias is plotting, as the group heard about possible mind manipulation of the Venom Hand chieftain and his change of behavior within the past few months, roughly between 5 to 6 months. Discussions dealing with the Black Spire, and this led to some of the members remembering a certain book belonging to a certain individual with ties to the Dragon Cult and other suspiciously circumstantial evidence. Yet, with the guesses and no evidence, the group now sit back in the hut of Yabala and prepare to rest their weary bodies from the ordeal of the day. Yet, we change the scenario to somewhere up north where the group, or another group, are currently dealing with a situation. Oop, that is some intense music, but we'll work with it. And certain group is currently in the midst of fighting with a very large northern frost tribe. And during the commotion, you can hear the various confusions, the worriments, because while they may have managed to defeat a couple of their members, there are still more of them coming. But our intention is not toward the group or what they're fighting, but rather a sudden newcomer stepping into the frozen tundra of a forest is a armored figure wearing a somewhat disgusting bile-ish green coloring of the armor, and holding a sword that entangled around it is a vine of thorns. And I'll just shift Z so you get a better look at it. The particular individuals, or rather the ape-like individuals, turn to see this individual, and their gaze no longer is on the armored individual as it raises its sword upward, and behind it starts to emerge from the cover of the snow, or rather this haze that is covering them, and various large bullhorn figures that seem to be possessed in a manner similar to rage, bloodlust, a frenzy. And before these 5 adventurers who are now taking the cue to run away, battle commences with these groups. And we now return to the group. And let's just change the music.
I don't know. I like intense battle music for when we're just about to get information.
Oh, whoops. Did someone change the music for me?
I think Caboose did.
Yeah, I did.
Can you change it back? Can you do the change again? I was kind of clicking something else and
Oh,
I think we clashed.
I just put it on day.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. So, the group, they are collecting their thoughts, trying to figure out what to do, but in the end, they're still sitting there in Yabala's hut with a bunch of small youngling Sharptooth members, and the old elderly crone of a kobold, very albino in her skin with lots of wrinkly scales, turns, looks at you all once more. So, considering that you're all here to rest for now, and you have complied to my request, you may rest here. Of course, there is always the little untold request of not harming the residents here. They will also greet you with courtesy, as you are a guest of our tribe. My son and the others are off hunting something for a feast tonight. That being said, would you care to listen to a tale? One of my old youth, and about the legends of the Sleeping Mountain.
Yes.
I'd be down to listen to a tale, if you don't mind.
2. Okay. She straightens up a little bit, looks over to the youngings as well. Make sure that she is in the center of the conversational pool here. Very well, very well. I should go with the simple chattering. Oh, let me fix that up there. There we go. Come around all, especially you youngins. This tale, it happened around my, I suppose, 392nd summer of life. It has been, let's see, I believe I had already gained the blessings of 2 primals and a tiny blessing from the Sleeping Mountain for my devotion, my loyalty. It not only extended to my vitality and strength to my more youthful ages, but it made me realize just how deep the power of our god is. Now, the Great Worms, it was a saddening tale of woe and a true display of the Sleeping Mountain's destructive and intolerance to those that attempt to usurp the land from it. 7 great dragons of awesome power and might. Each individual was probably stronger than the Titan Terminum in raw strength. I have forgotten their exact colors, but I do know the leaders of these worms were a red and a deep dark purple. Though yes, 7 mighty worms from the endless oceans came and invaded the land, all seeking to dominate our home and molded to their image, which they almost did had they not inquired or should I say, incur the wrath of the Sleeping Mountain. They fought day and night, constantly staying in the skies and out of the Sleeping Mountain's reach, and combining their breaths of destruction towards our god. Takes a deep breath to gather her wits. It's clear that, as old as she is, it does take a bit of while for her to do some talking. They thought, well, they thought they could win. They would win. Until our god showed them that their powers, well, meant nothing to the Sleeping Mountain. The maw of our god opened, and extinction awaited many, both land and skies. A beam of light that erupted from the Sleeping Mountain erased 4 of the 7 great worms, and the survivors in their panic fell into our god's mighty claws, the red and purple struggling as the Sleeping Mountain slowly but surely bit and chewed them apart, while we and the remaining worm watched in awe and horror. The Sleeping Mountain finished its meal quickly within minutes, but by that time the surviving worm flew away in horror to avoid the same certain death. Of course, upon finishing the corpses of the 2 challengers remaining, the Sleeping Mountain let loose one more roar of dominance before returning to its slumber. Yet we, the inhabitants here, simply picked up the pieces, resumed our lives, but never did we forget that none should dare challenge the Sleeping Mountain. I do not know what happened to the sleeping, or should I say the surviving great worm, but I do believe it is still alive. Perhaps regaling the tale of its allies' gruesome deaths and the might of our god of this land. Any questions, youngins or outsiders? As you hear the click of her snout.
By worms, you mean dragons, yes?
The children of the traitor and the usurper, yes.
Out of curiosity, what colors were they?
I cannot remember all that well. I do know that there was the deep scarlet red and the dark purplish colored dragon. But as for the others, I believe there was a mixture of them, a strange alliance. The ones that were vaporized by our god's breath weapon. I scantly remember. She kind of pauses as I get her sheet to see if she can remember this. Alright, old lady, get your history up. 18. I vaguely recall a gold dragon among them. Peculiar, but ancient times back then were most peculiar. I do not believe that they were simply here by chance. But as for their reason for coming to this land, I do not know. As she ends her tale, if anyone else has questions, or some of the youngings are asking more details about the Sleeping Mountain's size and form, which she simply states that the Sleeping Mountain's height, once it was fully standing, its head was actually up into the clouds. And its hands were actually big enough to grab each of the great worms in each hand. But any other questions that people may ask are free to ask. She is willing to answer as many questions as possible. But upon that, you do hear a little bit of time has passed, about an hour, and get to the GM layer. You do hear a bit of commotion coming from the west side, where Zarambal with his mate and a few others have arrived with their catch. I should put X's on these guys, but it's just a pain in the butt to do that.
I'm quite curious on something. Of the great wormlings, was the fading dragon involved, or was that just a different tale for later?
As far as I know, youngin, the fading dragon never really bothered much. His existence was on the skies, but whenever it was in the skies, the Sleeping Mountain never really stirred, and as far as I have been alive, their appearances have never really aligned with each other. Perhaps it was just bad timing, or there was no need for either one to confront the other. Besides, the fading dragon is mostly a constellation, a dawn of stars that only appear once every other few centuries. Do you believe it is a creature?
Well, everything has an origin or a general idea of constellations. Have have associations, perhaps. May have been a creature at one point that became associated with the sky before then.
Do you mean... You mean it's like the Draco Rage Mistle? The comet?
As a player, I have no idea what that is.
The Draco Rage Mistle is
Okay.
a comet that occurs every so often. Or
Oh, wait,
what's it?
that's the
It's
one where
that
the...
basically drives all the dragons insane. Or
Oh, yeah,
caused
that's...
them.
Yeah, I fucking hate that one.
Considering you just said that, now I
Oh,
need to
no.
roll a history for Yabala, just in case.
And that's how Yabala went insane and killed the party.
No, but you did say the proper word that caught her attention.
Draco Lich or Mistle?
The Mistle.
It's Draco Rage.
Draco
Yeah.
Rage, sorry.
I suppose what you say might hold weight to that. I vaguely remember some stars shooting downward, but one in particular, I believe it was a burning red streak in the skies. Though, ironically, that only happened, I believe, a week or so, maybe more, before the invaders had arrived to this land. We don't have much of dragons in these lands, at least not the ones associated with the usurper and the traitor. Thus, she kind of looks over to you, Tyrannin. They're more akin to the primal essence. They more, I suppose one could say, lineage of what to be a dragon, unbound and unshackled by the dogma of the usurper and the traitor.
I feel more akin to them already.
Perhaps, but know that they are more fiercely wild and not as, I believe, as one particular member had told us. I believe the word is civilized. They would mostly prioritize on their domains, territory.
So like a worse red. Or white. Or blue for that matter. Yeah, especially blues, they do like to do that. This is my land. Come near it.
As you're talking behind him, you can just see like the ears, as you could like the smile, just like he fails to keep it down, remembering the good times.
The good old days.
Sin is literally rolling her eyes. Such rolling.
What? It was my bay. It sounds like everybody knew about it, so the people that came there were dumbasses.
I don't think
Well-
it works like that inherently, does it?
Yeah, I go somewhere, I say it's mine, and it's mine, and people should fuck off.
Oh, okay. No, it definitely doesn't work like that.
I mean, actually, in quite a few things it has. I mean, that's how Thay was made, that's how Neverwinter, Waterdeep, God, you name it. It's Baldur's Gate.
See?
Or that obnoxious place, Etriol, where it got sucked into hell and came back.
Unfortunately, I do not know much of the lands beyond this land that I call my home. Thus, you who have traveled through the endless seas, well, your knowledge of those foreign lands are far superior than my own. As she
What?
says this,
It's
the
not friends. Less monkeys, though. Love less monkeys.
I mean, less monkeys that can beat our ass, as our friend has shown.
And, I mean, if we're being honest, there's considerably less, well, kobolds that can speak like yours. That's because they've been hunted into extinction or forced into slavery.
that is troublesome. I have seen some outsiders mention similar wordings, considering us lesser, which you see her tilt her head a little bit as if trying to remember something. Yes, I believe we had outsiders before many centuries ago, but they did not last long. Were torn apart by the tribes that held strength and power amongst the waters. But again, times do change. I have lived long enough to know that stagnation tends to lead to a much slower and excruciating death than that of the battlefield.
Well, that's what Mom always said. Why be bored?
I can think of other things to keep me entertained. As she says this, Yingima, the kobold that's been watching outside, pokes her head in, and she simply states, Madam Yabala, Zarmbal has returned with food for the evening. The old, elderly kobold looks over to the younglings and says, Lessons are ended for the day. Go, young ones. I believe it's best to go get your food and grow healthy and strong. Almost in unison, these small kobolds immediately scurry out like a ravenous pack of small creatures heading over to the preparing meat.
I'm not
Oh
going to
Lord,
lie.
they coming. Sorry.
I'm not going to lie. It reminded me of the time we left that one bastard on an island full of goblins. I mean, it didn't help that I had been friends with those goblins ever since we rescued their chief and half the population 30 years before. And I told them I would bring them food every now and then.
Wait, did the goblins just eat people at that point?
Oh, those ones did. They were sea goblins.
The fuck is a sea goblin?
Well, you see, when a goblin
No, I don't see. That's why I was asking.
was born next to the ocean, they kind of developed a little bit differently. More aquatic natures, webbing in the toes and feet so they can swim better.
So they're like the sea elves, but the more less or more advanced, depending on how you want to slice it.
That is a thing. I mean, they were being captured for slaves, and they didn't want to stay with us. So we found this nice little island that, well, nobody was using, and that's where they called home. And they've been very good trade partners.
What, you just throw bodies to them?
Oh no, actually, we refer on fish and water. That's natural spring there.
They're also good roasted over an open fire with pineapple.
Why are you roasting goblin? Unless you're referring to fish.
No,
Of course you're not.
sometimes they'd wander in. I'd tell them to leave, they yell at me in their gibberish language and try to poke me.
Wow, I never thought I'd say that a dragon was racist.
Not really. I killed everybody who came into my cave.
Yes,
Except
he
for
doesn't.
There's
He's not
those-
racist. He hates everyone equally. Just don't come in the cave, apparently.
No, there are some I hate more than others.
Oh, I can guess of a person who already.
Yeah.
I feel like Mizer should just collect royalties on that name at this point every time we fucking say it in this campaign.
We could
I'm
turn it
thinking
into
about it.
Well,
That or we all take a shot every time it's mentioned.
before the little
I got-
ones devour everything, we should probably make our way.
Yes, knowing
yeah.
my son, he probably brought in a large bounty, and that bounty tends to go away pretty quickly. As she says this, you do hear a loud voice coming from none other than Zarnbell. And it says, "Yes! We have food preparations. If you wish to have at least some cut of the hunt, I suggest you hurry."
Never turn down when you're a guest.
Wise words. Go on. I have not much need of sustenance these days.
Tyrion gives a
Oh.
bow. Enjoy your evening.
You as well, youngins.
Yes, thank you for your hospitality.
Yeah, Blah, if it's not too much to impose, but I was curious if I could
1 second.
sleep here. God damn it.
What are you doing?
I was out with my family getting food, and it was
Oh,
a lot
hold
longer
on.
than I expected.
Oh, sure. Sure.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sprinting home right now.
Okay, yeah, we totally believe you.
What?
You're on stream.
What? Yeah, fucking. It was okay. I don't have, I had a Reuben. It was good shit. I got that Reuben and then had another fucking Reuben. Okay?
Alright, get your ass online.
My
That
God.
was only like 5 seconds.
So you were saying now,
Sorry, I had to do
Adaria?
that.
I know. Okay.
You just drop his number next time in chat. Anyway. I was curious if it would be alright to sleep out here tonight. Don't really prefer beds and would rather at least look at the stars before I go to bed.
That is fine. This hut of mine is one where I teach, educate the youngins for those who may have potential in the mystic arts of nature. If you wish to rest here, that's fine. Although, so long as you don't mind the smell of herbs and potion concoctions that I will be working upon later to this evening.
It won't be too bad. I've grown up with a good amount of it, at least from what I can remember in my lifetime, so it's nothing new.
My sister would like her as they're walking away.
Okay,
In a
like,
good way or a bad way?
or is it food? I mean, I do feel like this has to be clarified.
No, that makes sense. She's much more, what was the word to use? Civilized? She likes to kind of look like one of you two and wander around in books.
So learning.
Yeah.
I think I would like a sister too, apparently.
Oh, probably more than me.
Does your sister get beat up by monkeys?
No, she usually eats them.
We should
Actually,
Okay,
no,
I
she
like her
probably
more.
most likely she probably like talks to them and tells them to stop or uses magic to make their minds shut down.
Now, Syndra, I think we got the wrong sibling. Can we trade our dragon in for an upgrade?
You may also roll me a history at advantage, Tyrion.
Sure, just curse her too.
Oh, no. You can turn into one of us. That saves us a whole bunch of time.
I can turn into this. I just can't turn back.
So Tyrion, you also vaguely remember that while your sister is indeed a bookmonger, there have been times when someone had actually gone on her bad side, and you've seen the destructiveness of her breath weapon.
Oh yeah, she got mom's breath weapon. I got dad's. Well, actually, I had both.
So she got a dragon's breath weapon, and you got gingivitis.
We're both
Yeah.
mother and father were both dragons.
Oh,
You got the ability to yell really loud. I got it.
No, that was mainly her favorite. I used lightning. It's better in water.
Oh my god.
You can't make fun of him. He's just fucking oblivious to it.
I know. And that's why I love it so much. Because it's like the jokes just go all over his head. Anyway.
What's the holdup? I'm hungry.
I don't know.
You see, as you travel a little bit closer to the little area where they're holding the meat, which has already been drained of blood, being held over by a large spit of fire, being roasted. And I'll just see what these creatures look like.
What the hell is that giant naked bird?
I think they come
You-
those.
You see,
Or-
you see Zarnball carving some of the meat, placing them into sticks. And this, you arrived. I was just about to offer your share to the youngins. Here, that's some of the meat from this prey that we have found. Quite common in these jungles.
I guess I'll take a stick. Like, how big is the meat?
It's definitely white meat, that's for sure. Chunky.
Tastes like
So-
chicken.
It is chicken.
Allow me to, if you don't mind. And she'll just kind of snap her fingers, and where is my spell?
Popeye, don't look.
And I'll just start roasting the chicken with my produce flame.
So it gets. So this already cooked meat gets even more cooked.
Oh, I didn't know it was cooked. I thought it was like
yeah.
they were literally pulling it off fresh and giving it to us. That was my bad then.
No. As I said, they put over a spit of fire and they're slowly roasting it.
Oh, okay, that's my bad. Sorry. Fuck it, I'll cook it more. I like it crispy. I want that nice crunch.
I see. You might have the taste of those that tend to run around in the burning lands.
Yeah, she eats plants.
I've eaten a banana without peeling it and didn't even feel anything, so I don't think this is much worse.
I'm pretty sure she forgot how to taste.
That
As
would
far
be
as
a
sales go,
problem.
she's a good one.
But yes, there seems to be some odd activity with the Knolls, the tribe of. Well, they're now been calling themselves the Raiders of Yengo. I do not think your journey back to the north will be a pleasant one.
I don't really have a choice.
There's always choice.
No, I don't.
What do you plan to do
You
about
wanna
it?
try? I have a crew. I need to get to the northwest.
Unfortunately, I cannot give you much consolidating information or advice on that. Perhaps my mother can give you some insight to that, should you speak with her more. She has lived for well over 700 summers.
You know, other than the fact that she says she has the blessings, that would actually terrify me, even a kobold. Considering that it's got to be the oldest kobold I've ever heard of.
Is it?
Yes. It's very rare for a kobold to exceed. Sin kind of stops for a minute. Okay, I had one on my ship that made its. Well, yes, he was about 10. I believe he said the average life expectancy was 4 summers? Possibly 6?
That is a poor number for a youngin to survive.
Oh, yes. The rest of the world does not view them well.
Syndra, you can roll me an investigation.
Yay!
Not bad. So you take as you were saying this, you're recounting your time with the kobolds of your lands. You're starting to notice that these kobolds are much more well fed and to a very good degree battle hardened. Even Zarambal, who is a very large kobold and should not be considered a kobold by the normal standard. There's definitely the ticks and quirks of a kobold there. But they're definitely lacking some of the daylight sensitivity that the other kobolds are. Especially since they're living openly in the trees and not underground like most would.
Sin kind of stops in a moment and reaches, kind of motions her hands. You see, in the rest of the world, she kind of motions as she's using Tyrannin as a display. If you get rid of the wings and kind of some of this paunch down here, and well, everything about him that, other than the shape and the height, that's an average kobold in the rest of the world.
I'm only like 3 inches taller than the rest of my tribe.
There you go. Remove 3 inches.
I look relatively similar to a Forgotten Realms. Is that what you call our home place thing?
I would not know. I've never been beyond the endless seas.
Chances are it's probably not worth it for you.
No, it seems dealing with the outsiders that are troublesome is more than enough of a challenge. Dealing with day-to-day life is more fulfilling than going to some foreign land that does not seem promising.
Won't lie, the rest of the world is kind of shit.
Best not let the other tribes know that, or they will enforce their desire to wipe out all outsiders.
Oh, I mean, there is this one place. Oh, wait, that's right. Orcs destroyed it. Oh well.
He starts offering all of you pieces of the cooked meat, which, as you consume it, you have a fulfilling meal. There's still some juices in it, but it's being cooked slowly, so you can expect what happens when you slow cook a turkey over a spitfire. Except it's not just a turkey, it's a very big turkey. And you dutifully see the youngins completely and utterly devour the meat here, with Zarambal's mate, Maizan, passing over the scraps and foods, while the two elites behind her are collecting the bones. You do hear a bit of an arguing between the twins. Apparently they wanted a certain piece of meat, and it seems like they're almost ready to fight over it until Zarambal kind of just gives one grunt and they both shut up and let somebody else take the prime cut that they wanted. You also see Zarambal taking off the helm that he is wearing and some of his armor, which you can see that he is a fully black colored kobold, but, well, one would say that had he not have the various amounts of scars over his body, his scales would be a fine obsidian black, but it is marred by many ages of battle, scars of various types of weapons that have been inflicted upon him. And with the look of his armor, it is definitely a makeshift armor, but it's clear that the metal that has been placed into it is various blades. No doubt his way of collecting trophies of his foes. Placing the food down, make sure everyone, at least in the back, are still being peaceful about eating their meal. Another one's finished. You guys, as you share the large meal, there's still plenty of meat on it left. Zarmbal looks over to all of you one more time and just simply asks, if you all have your fill of food, I will allow the others who have not eaten to have their share now.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm fine, thank you.
He gives a quick whistle, and you see some of the other ones immediately making their way over.
We should probably step back. Don't want to be in the splash zone.
Oh yes, because you're starting to see more from the side of the hut starting to make their way over.
Zarnval, I believe we still need to have a discussion after dinner.
Well, considering that everyone else will be having their meals soon, we can have the discussion now. And you're seeing, as he leaves, Maizan, his mate, is watching the others. Passing by all of you is Yingima, who, as she's passing by, Zarmbal makes it clear to her, Ian, make sure to get a portion for the elder. Even though she may not be eating as much these days, I do not wish for her to be starving. As you command, chieftain. With that, he puts on his gear, very fluently slow, and then starts walking his own way. And looks over to you, turns and says, well, walk with me for a bit. Starts heading this way. Considering you were the one who brought this to our attention, what would you like to discuss first?
I want to know what your plan is. Everything that's happening right now. I want to see what you think of it.
Of which situation? The fact that the Venom Hand and Bone Breakers are still in open warfare? An outsider that seems to be causing some sort of trouble that we have no evidence with? Or the gnolls that seem to be getting more aggressive as of late? Or perhaps I should add that we're dealing with the common, everyday, today threat of the, well, simply living in these lands.
He definitely seems to have the list out.
That about sums it up. My first thought is the Gnoll's aggression. I think we all can see that either something has changed or they are planning something.
Likely the latter. The Gnoll tribes were usually small and weak, at least until the rise of their primal Yungul. Their actions have been, at least until recently, haphazard and not truly coherent enough. There was a non-aggression treatment between our tribes, since we usually patrol some of the northern areas of the savage jungle, mostly to collect resources from the flatlands. But I do not trust them one bit anymore, not after their new chief has arisen. The one called Valseri Valkra. wherever her true name is, but she serves as champion of Yengal again. It's a primal that I know not much about, nor do I have any interest of being in allegiance to such entities.
My
You
thoughts
did say
exactly.
you kill everyone.
What were you saying again, Moogle?
Seems like, well, you did say it wants to kill everyone.
Typical mindset of the Knolls. The only reason I haven't bothered to exterminate them would be a waste of resources. Too much lives would be at stake, and it's too far from our home.
This is where the second query I have comes in. What would you think about working with the Bone Breakers?
There's a pause. He's contemplating it. I do not know. Truth be told, part of me is against it, as while they may have their honor, so too did the Venom Hand at a time. My worry is that whatever shreds of honor they may still cling on to will eventually evaporate. They are the biggest tribe. Well, the Bone Breakers and Venom Hand are the competing biggest tribes. If they had decided to work together, there would be none of us that could stop them. But the fact that both leaders desire position of power, I doubt they would book any rival or allied chieftains very long.
From the information we've gathered, the Venom Hand's leader is acting strange.
He is. Last I remember, he actually proposed an idea which, at a time, I was for it, but at that point, he was still sound of mind. He walks a bit more further, looking more of a southwest manner. He had proposed marrying off his daughter to my son as a political marriage to strengthen the bonds between the Shark Tooth and the Venom Hand.
Okay, that just seems a little odd to me.
That was a year ago. 4 months after that, he declared that we were unworthy of that particular thing, and that he must focus all his attention on dealing with the Bone Breakers.
I mean, forgive me if I'm wrong, as I only know the cultures outside of here, but most lizard folk do not really have value to their kin beyond food.
You can see that there is a puzzled look on Zarmbol's face.
Not us.
Zarmbol just adds, perhaps in the lands you are familiar with, but here there are no doubt differences that you are still getting used to.
Clearly. That was my question, it's because most tribes of lizard folk that exist beyond, numbers are simply a matter of numbers. They don't hold much importance to the individual beyond that, and if one dies or one needs to be used politically, then as a sacrifice, then they usually don't care.
Perhaps Amorex would be considered an anomaly for your standard lizard folk, but he kind of gestures to some of the various sharp-tooth people that are still cheering, eating, enjoying their meals together. Do you really think that all of them are pure sharp-tooth tribes members? There had been some that have come from other tribes from across the land.
No, your people, I assumed, Venom Hand was a different question. I mean, you don't usually get a mixing of colors too often, to be honest.
Then you'd be surprised. I am not completely of the kobolds of this land. My sire was from the Burning Lands. I was simply born here, and thus took the role as chieftain ordained by my mother.
I suppose my other question would be, as you said it was a matter of, well, it is a situation. Numbers are lacking. Assaulting one group with another always causing casualties. It is quite clear that the gnolls are quite capable. And the question is, what if someone was to arm you? Or, say, another tribe? Who would you suggest?
There is a pause. It's clear that he's in deep thought of it. There was apparently going to be an answer immediately, but he seemed to have paused to consider his answer now. If we had been having this discussion a year ago, I would have said the Venom Hand immediately. Their access to the Orichalcum and the deeper ores has been, or rather, their use of the magic ore would have been a great decisive manner of handling not just the gnolls, but that problematic young primal that has been causing trouble and is the only reason the gnolls are still a threat. It is also, one could say, tribe etiquette. He says his word with a slight disdain to it. We don't quite interfere with manners in the domains different from our own. We already got our hands filled with the consistently aggressive hive stingers and the emerald walkers that give no parley or interest of trade with any other tribe. They just simply see everyone and everything as food. Though it
Because that's
seems
the thing, if I can get back up north and potentially some other things occur, we could, well, quite readily arm and prepare an entire tribe. Logistics is the only matter, and it's not the first time I've done so, though the gnolls did seem to have very capable weaponry. as I believe you experienced firsthand, Tyranid.
Yes.
I mean, nothing like the Venom Hand. That was rather impressive watching them tear apart armor like that.
That is one of the tactics used when infusing small bits of orichalcum into metal. Though not as strong as a pure weapon that is made of the ore alone, but lace a small bit into the blade and it is already a superior one compared to its peer weapons.
I guess I also propose another question, or thought. You are worried about the outsiders, and not just, say, the one we're interested in, considering what he's been doing.
Yes.
What I propose would allow you to survive what could be coming.
There's a slight growl, but it's not a hostile one, it's just a contemplating growl.
It's not the first time I've armed an entire people to rise up against an invading force or an attacking force, or, well, cause a revolution. That was entirely what that was. But that time it was money. Right now, I don't think that's exactly what I'm interested in. You do seem like capable people and interesting, and I think it honestly would be a shame for you all to be eradicated by, well, greed. I think we can all agree that, well, anybody who's understood what happened recently, yes, a bunch of people went back for orichalcum in a mine filled with venom hand and whatever those lizard weasels. What do we call those?
The Tolikadachis.
Yes. So, theoretically, we could arm a people, but therein lies the problem. If you're still warring with each other, you're going to be easier to pick off. If you all align, then the invaders of the north and such wouldn't even be a threat. Especially bone breakers or something, and especially with orichalcum. I mean, they would come with steel armor and wouldn't even be a fight with that kind of weaponry. You're all capable tacticians, I've noticed.
I am not keen about dealing a massive war when I'm already having to have my hands full, making sure my tribe simply survives the day. This land's survival is most important. But one thing to keep in mind, and the reason why we do not, or at least had not, excavated as much, well, the orichalcum, at least the venom hand, in the past, was so they did not bring the ire of the sleeping mountain. And while it is true that there is possibility of my tribe and myself falling to the strength of the outsider, as some tales of my mother has explained, outsiders had tried to wrest control and subjugate the land, only to awaken the sleeping mountain, which, while I have not been witness to its might as of yet, from what I have understood, the Burning Lands were not originally known as the Burning Lands until the Sleeping Mountain was angered. That land used to be lush with much life and a paradise, but upon a single breath, the land was not only made barren, but forever burning with the seething rage And I only say this because I had been to the Burning Lands. And while I could never imagine it being a lush and paradise, as my mother had once called it, I can certainly say that, even for one such as myself, the land burns those who are unprotected by any sort of blessings of fire or flame protection. He kind of sizes you up a little bit, and everybody else. I don't doubt your capabilities, as I believe the term you outsiders use, adventurer, but the Burning Lands, should you go unprotected, you will end up burning, being cooked from the inside out. Now, back to the topic at hand. Should the outsiders do intend to steal all the orichalcum? Well, I am against the idea of losing my tribe. It would be a moot point should the outsiders provoke the Sleeping Mountain. The outpost, the outsider encampments, would not last within the hour. Perhaps even less, should the Sleeping Mountain decide to simply step on things.
Sin kind of stops, takes her glasses off, cleans them a little. I understand that. And I understand that that's the kind of destruction that the Sleeping Mountain is capable of. But there has been far worse things in the greater world. And don't get me wrong, I understand everything about the legends, about size, about everything. The problem is when you have people like the Lords of Waterdeep or the Great Wizards in Neverwinter or other things, they don't stop. They see orichalcum, they see money, they see power, they see wealth. They would come, they strip the land bare, leave it alive, or leave it to whatever is left, or whoever survives. And trust me, we're not talking... The entire tribes of this land, as I can understand the numbers and population, don't even begin to make up the size of some blocks and areas and regions of Waterdeep's population. And that's after the spell plague wiped out 2/3 of them.
What is this spell plague you speak of?
Sin will explain the layman's terms of the spell plague.
I'm just gonna roll for Zarin Bell, because as the DM, I do know the terms you're speaking of, but you're in a whole new land. These guys. Let's see, where is?
Well, it's a sickness, except it was caused by magic that was turning people into monsters, or killing them and turning them into undead.
Wow, he rolled high just so he can get that. He pauses, thinks about it. An odd incident, to say the least. The fact that this land has not been afflicted by this plague has me quite confused, but I will not discredit your words, as the Elder has mentioned. You outsiders have a different course of history than we have. I believe her words were, we have been isolated far longer than the outside world beyond the endless seas. If what you say is true, perhaps the thoughts of the Bone Breakers and the Venom Hand were accurate to unite all tribes under one banner. but I still do not quite like that. At least, I am not open to that particular change. Considering that we have already had some trouble with the gnolls in the north, but also some outsiders from... He sort of gestures to the somewhat guessed direction of where the Emerald Star is at, and then moves his hand further south to outposts who the outsiders have been problematic, one more so than the other. And I am aware that one of the outposts, the... pauses to find a proper word. Elder, I believe, of that one, been seeking to make trade with us. But, as you said, I am not so easy to trust outsiders simply by words. And the actions of the other one has already been proven disastrous for us to trust them.
Well, you're honestly not wrong.
The outsiders lead different lives. But I think the most pertinent issue right now is the gnolls.
By the way, this is the Tobikadachi. Yes. If I understand correctly, they've also been raiding the outsiders of their materials. As in our first encounter, Valekia has been wanting to acquire metal. As to what end, I don't know.
I believe they have the power to transform those who are not them into either pawns or beasts. With this new leader of theirs. She's creating an army.
I can't help but think that I've heard the name Yang Gold before, but demonology was never my thing, or religion.
You can attempt to guess or roll for it.
What about you, Sin? You have weird knowledge.
Let me actually look. I'll take a small look at the book. Any mention of this name? It seems just entries. Some strange names, but nothing of what you're talking about.
I had to hop out since it was a siren blasting, but you may roll me either religion or arcana for either one who wants to check.
I think I got 19.
Oh yes, let me blast it. They're doing so much sirens now.
Yeah,
Sign, by the way.
You both have very similar names.
Yes, well, I made it before her, so I win.
Sign
So-
is a mathematical calculation, and Sindra Gallows is a dragon. What do you want to piss on?
Sindra
fuck is
Gallows
math?
is one too many syllables.
Oh, shite. Right. Ingol is a freaking demon.
So, you both roll your
Oh dear.
your you're both thinking about it. Starting with sign. The name sounds slightly familiar, but too many vowels and pronunciation is off by 2 or 3 words. But it's the start of it that does sound the same.
Yes. Missing a few
And-
puzzle pieces, and also
And then,
a prince.
yeah, which leading to that, Syndra, the name comes loud and clear. Yengul sounds very awfully familiar to a certain demon prince of the abyss.
Inogu. The Demon Prince. Oh, that's right. I read about that in a book. That's
So
not
you s-
unsettling as hell.
Could we just banish him then?
Can we write that name down? somewhere?
It's usually a Knowlish prince follows things. See, they desecrator, something like that.
That's about right.
Hmm.
They're kind of like Orcus, except Knolier. Is that a word? Knowlish? Knolian?
No, adjacent.
Cain, a bitch lord?
So we don't have to just deal with several very capable no hunters. There's a goddamn demon.
Prince. Demon Prince.
That sounds worse.
Actually, that would make them one of the.
Oh, it is.
When I think about that, that actually makes them one next to Orcus.
I want
Oh,
to deny it,
good.
but yep. Hmm.
Turns over to Zarnball. We're gonna need an army.
And a lot of clerics. I hate
Ah,
clerics.
You can see the slight confusion of Zarnball. And he goes, now I am a bit confused here. Are you saying that what is leading this primal that is then backing the Knoll tribe is not a primal?
Well, it's a possibility that it may have started as that, but no, we're talking about something from the abyss.
The Grand Maw.
Do you know much about the hells and the abyss, the devils and the demons and all that fun?
He kind of points over to the grounds area. Yes, we deal with a certain creature. I believe my son has mentioned you've dealt with some of them today.
Yeah, I thought those were abominations, which I guess do come from there, or some other weird part of the universe.
They are children of a creature that rules the Grand Maw. Pure chaos, as well as corruption, twist, amalgamations of what should be. But yet it is also the fount of life as well.
Just see, there's Orcus, Yingo, Zootmug. Is that one of them? What's the ooze one? Isn't there one about oozes?
I do not know who or what this Orcus is, but Yengul is, as far as I know, the primal that is protecting, or rather guiding, the Knoll tribe.
Well, if Orcus was a primal, as you put it, Orcus would be a rotting, horrifying, horned beast that controls a bunch of undead. Or causes the undead to spawn and grow across the planet. That's the idea. Everything dies in the universe. And becomes undead.
This sounds like another primal from one of the other lands.
You could call it that. Our primal's nearly unbeatable in combat. Have special
No.
ways of getting around things.
I don't know. Ed killed a god, supposedly.
That's why I say nearly.
And that one had
Primals,
7
as far
heads.
as I know, are interchangeable, but my understanding, at least from my mother's explanation of them, is that for one to become a primal, they must be a native of this land, born from it. There's never been any outside influence that could ascend to that throne power.
Well, allow me to ask you a question then. I mean, granted, I feel like I should be asking the elder that. But I happened across a being through a dream that, as far as I am understanding, in both the fact that I actually have books written by that being and such, I'm rather confused about how that being showed up here and has had any influence.
I wouldn't be too confused by it. I'm here. Anything can really happen. Dimension hopping is simple, I guess, if you have the unwilling power to do so.
Oh no, that being lives next to Waterdeep over in the old gnomish mines.
Must be a fast form of transportation. So you got a new horse. Dwarven one. Fancy.
Yeah, they say that he lives at the bottom of a pit that's entirely made of glass. And, what was it? He took an entire tribe of hill giants and made them undead?
Sounds like a great chap. You may get along well. Undead. Undead.
Indeed.
Would be nice to have a hill giant undead at your service.
Okay, just fuck it. My great-grandfather is Dagathoth.
Ah,
What?
that explains a lot. I can see the resemblance, the soul-piercing eyes, and absolutely homicidal personality, and yeah.
Unfortunately, I
image.
have no idea of who are you speaking of.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't either. I'm just rambling.
Okay, do you know what a black dragon is?
Sure, the black one, but a dragon.
I'm not talking to you,
One
Sign.
of
I
the-
know that you know.
Oh, do I
One
know?
of the usurper dragons. Yes.
Yes, there's a black one, lots of horns, things like that. You see, there's a lot of those out there. Well, I mean, at least a good handful of dragons in the world, and my great-grandfather happened to be one. Before he became one of the first truly powerful Dracoliches, and as I understand, Mistra has no interest in stopping him because he's also a magician. Myself. Granted,
So a
that's
pursuer of the arcane arts.
Yes.
So why would that concern the situation that is now?
No, because I thought he, no. Considering the books that I had, I actually thought my great-grandfather was a failure of some masters and was completely obliterated, but then I find out that, and why he communicated to me through a dream here.
I
After
do
all
not
this-
know the circumstances of this condition, but
I believe, what was it, Andrea, you said there was some creature came through, and it was right before we gave all of your young ones the saber-tooth corpse over by the pond.
Oh, you're referring to the Great Dreamer.
Yes, that one.
Shit. I have to actually... Because I have it, I just can't remember the name off the top of my head. NPCs. entities beyond the wildland. No, that's not what. Secret jungle.
Major powers.
Okay, thank you. Clicking all the wrong things.
It started with a P.
Oh. No, I only have the Yen Goal. No, I don't have the Great Dreamer in my thing. Or the Primal of Streams.
Yeah, no, it's under Savage Jungle.
Oh, okay. I wasn't looking there. My bad.
Osaka, the primal god, Streamer, something.
Yes, Posaka. Apparently, I resisted its charm, or whatever the hell it used, and it didn't seem all that pleased that I did.
That one I know. Posaka is a gardener of sorts and does not like to be seen by others, especially by those it deems unworthy, which unfortunately is the majority of those that are not to its liking.
That mean that I was lucky then, or perhaps one of the chosen few?
Didn't she drop you like a rock later on?
Probably didn't want to see me to see her still, but I also did agitate her a little bit, so that also might be part of the problem.
Oh, so it's not just everybody else.
Interesting. Most of the time we do not deal with the primals since their affairs are no longer really our concern. They make it a concern. And should I recall correctly from what I have learned, Osaka is in constant rivalry with Judade, the primal hunger.
Who is currently free?
Yeah, that's the one that old Red who got woken up right before you all arrived. The hot springs? Is that what we call that?
Oh, you're referring to where most of us died on that one pillar. Well, most of us. And before we entered the realm of the dead.
Yes, my mother had informed me of that. We have been doing small hunts, enough for us to run away should we encounter the primal hunger. But knowing the temperament of that particular primal, he is no doubt seeking out Posaka.
Would it be alright if he did find her, or is something bad going to happen, like an all-out war with land being destroyed?
Primals killing primals is not uncommon, or rare, as you may think, outside. But when such primals do encounter each other, it is so they can gather power to devour the other. As to for what reason, I do not know. Though, such speculation should be left with the elders. They are the ones who are usually more focused on the mystics of our land. For me, my main concern is always the survival of our tribe and its prosperity. That being said, should a primal set its sights upon you, it is most likely that you have contained a certain amount of magic that is appetizing for it to consume, as that is one of the warnings that we are given. And most of us youngins, or any of the tribes out there, know that the primals are drawn toward intense magical, or rather the arcane energies of the land. Hence it's easier to know when and where to traverse and avoid their path.
Son of a bitch.
What?
He looks very confused as you say that.
Can I roll a history? And I'll kind of explain. to remember exactly if there was anything pulsating or weird about the land where we fell asleep? Or
Yes,
anything?
you may.
Thank you.
In fact, you have a choice. You can either roll, you can roll a history, arcana, or investigation.
Let me see what I'm best at. History. So yeah, I'll roll history.
Syndra's just rubbing the brick.
Oh, I did it, Dad.
You recall that Yabala herself was there training the
Oh,
youngings in what can only be guessed as the arts of the mystical nature of druid craft.
how often does your mother go out of this area to train the young with the magic?
Often.
Well, that's where we last saw Pulsaka. And we happened to see I can't say that word. Jebi? Or Jebai?
Jade.
Jujade, sorry. Judade, and then she had come to our aid as well.
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh boy. That
What
makes
exactly?
sense, though, because that. I mean, that's. I mean, that means that most of them are going to be hunting Ed too.
This Ed you mentioned before. If he is indeed a magic user, or one who seeks the arcana, no doubt he would be a prime meal for such beings. The primals, despite their looks, they are not to be. He pauses to really think about it. They should not be consorted by the very creature they are based upon. They are entities that require the energies of the land, mana, pure raw energy, to sustain their existence. I believe there was other methods to collect such power, but as one that is not versed in such ways, I would recommend you bring this particular topic to my mother's attention.
No, yes, that's the problem. We're talking about Ed. He's powerful, he's capable, he's got 100,000,000 magical items that are arcane. Plus, he has one of the most expensive and most powerful magic jars in existence. And apparently a book written by one of the last most powerful. A lich that was actually one of Mistra's chosen. Dear God, I hope Ed doesn't have soulfire.
It sounds like he is simply drawing his attention purposely on himself.
Yes, that would be the assumption, actually.
For what
Just kinda-
purpose, we can only speculate. But no, it is not a good one for your tribe, or this land entirely.
Ed's already supposedly eliminated one, what you would call, a primal of our lands, a god. Who knows what he's trying to do?
So your land also holds primals.
No,
Interesting.
it has gods. Which are. God, I don't know how to explain it. The difference between a primal and a god. A god doesn't require energy in the same way, and typically they don't actually exist on our world. Except for those ones that get brought over.
That
Like-
is a strange way your primals are. Many of our primals walk amongst us, but they are no gods. And then he points to the mountain, the very large mountain you can clearly see in the distance, but it's pretty damn ominous itself because of its size and the length it runs beyond the horizon. Our god sleeps amongst our land as well, but so long as we do not provoke it, it never awakens nor interferes with our lives.
Well, when you have beings like Tiamat, which was a, well, you've mentioned it,
The
the,
usurper.
yes, had supposedly they killed or at least locked her back in the hells.
An outsider claims to have slain the usurper. I think you have just given me something to laugh about.
Yeah, it was actually quite a big thing. The dragon cult got involved, they brought in all the dragons. Millions of people died. Well, at least a few thousand.
All these things are curious, but again, I suggest you bring some of these thoughts to my mother, Yabala. She will no doubt shed better light and information, or at least her thoughts upon it.
Yes, well, we should get to our business with you. What can we do for you? Since we owe a debt. Especially those two. As she points to Tyrion and Arizel.
But you notice Arizel is still talking and chatting with the various kobolds here, the sharp-toothed kobolds who seem to have taken an interest in talking with her, especially the younger ones.
Yeah, that's Popeye for you.
Very well, since he kind of looks out and you do see that the sun is slowly setting. Night will soon be upon us. I will be assigning some of the guard duties to ensure there is no unwanted visitors. You may rest here for the night. In the morning, well, I believe you have a meeting with the Bone Breakers. Whatever other wishes or desires you intend to deal with, you may talk with me or those of my kin if you have certain questions of this mystic nature. I strongly recommend you speak with my mother. I sometimes fear for her health, but I suppose these sorts of conversations would keep her active still.
Right. Talk it over with your kin. But be ready. Something big is coming. And he walks away, seemingly pretty frustrated.
Same for Zarambal, as he's also passing by. He also mentions to you, Tyrion, if you, as he's passing by you or walking with you, passing that bridge, he simply says, "Also, I believe my mother Yabala wishes to bequeath you all a gift."
So like he gets across the bridge. Thank you.
Well,
He turns around.
just kind of gives a nod and starts heading his way over.
Like Tyrion usually looks grumpy. He's visibly frustrated.
Yes, you kind of realize that while they do have their advancement, there's a lot of things that they do lack, and a lot of that is the quote unquote common sense knowledge of gods, goddesses. To them, there is only one god, and that is a being simply called the Sleeping Mountain. And you do see as Armball heads over, and it's clear he's talking to his son. The two of them are discussing various things, but a lot of the kobolds, the sharp-toothed kobolds, are now heading different directions, taking different posts. No doubt watching, and again, these sorts of kobolds are not, they're definitely not the slacker types or the ones that kind of scurry around mindlessly. They have been organized. Evening is slowly setting in. Some of them are just lighting very low living torches. Some of them still conversing with the rest of the of their kind. But otherwise, Sign,
Yes.
have you looked into your book lately?
I have not seen a newer one, but
The very bottom.
I thought that was there already. Let me reopen it. Oh! Right. Seen it now. Cool. Now I know not to eat fruit. Noted. Y'all catch that? No fruits.
What's wrong with the
Foods?
fruits?
Yes, fruits. No fruits. Don't eat them.
What are we classifying as fruit?
Huh. Good question.
I
Just
mean,
don't
we
eat
got
them.
tomatoes, nightshades.
Just don't eat the fruit. Do you know what the fruit is? This is a later entry, so this must be later on.
The only fruit I've seen are bananas, and they haven't killed me yet.
This is, what, entry 121? No, we have some time. Okay, well, no fruit. On story short. Also, a couple other things. Don't wake things up. Don't leave things to die, etc., etc. Let's see. Don't be powerless. That seems like a good one. And you getting all this?
There's just like that series of like blinking, like, what?
Oh yes, I forgot you can't read. Right, some other time. Just whenever you're ready. I have a
Yeah.
few things to share.
So as you show the book to everyone, this is what everyone else sees.
Ah. See, right there.
What you see is a blood stain. Very
121.
dried.
Are you sure you're not crazy?
No, I'm
What?
certainly not.
I think so.
I don't think you all can read and sign, but
Sin pulls out a book that's probably like twice that size, and it's like, this is my spell book.
well, this is my journal. See, plenty of entries.
There's literally just blank paper.
Yeah, I mean, there's some blood
Can you really
stain.
not see it?
Is that barbecue sauce?
Well, the blood stain
That's
was from apparently this one. That was an entry. What? MLVI.
Is that a burn mark with some ash? Did you flick it on your book?
No, that's another one. Well, no, take a look at this one. The blood was actually entry 1056. It was from a different dimension. Says here, it just flips you a couple papers. Menzato, it looks like burn marks. Untrustworthy. More burn marks. I am sorry, Anmarax, Reda, Gokin, and Yabala. I was powerless. Well, that one's just heartwarming, isn't it? Let's see, what else do we have? We have the burnt one you were talking about. Let's see. MXIV 2. That one is entry 1014. It just has 2 words. It woke. Quite nice. Must be me for my nap. There's a few others, but I'm sure I don't want to bore you with the details. Unless you want to, I'd be more than happy to translate into something common.
He is crazy, isn't he?
I'm not crazy. Wish you could see through my eyes.
I don't think I'd want to.
Oh, you don't.
Jinx, you owe me something. I don't.
Hmm.
Could you put it on my tab? I'm pretty sure Terranin owes me something as well.
Oh, we all owe each other something, huh?
Well, maybe I'll take that.
Alright, now you owe me. I owe you about 100 years now? 50? Let's split it down the middle.
That'll pay. I wasn't sure. That would just be an exchange. Like, he owes you a drink, and then you owe me that drink.
I'm pretty sure you and I drink two completely different things.
Yes, I've seen you drink water. That's disgusting.
Can we go now?
I'm waiting to go inside the tent.
Where?
I didn't wait. I
And,
just went in.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the tent entrance is right here.
Do we not?
You did.
I never remember.
No, I
saying-
think. Just pull. Come on, you just pull the flap open. I know it's very complicated for someone of your higher learning.
It's etiquette.
Pretty sure we're allowed to be here as long as we address ourselves and don't be at.
That's the entire problem with all the other elves in the world, is they don't know etiquette.
You see that Jabala is completely oblivious to your existence as she is currently working on brewing something behind or a large cauldron.
Damn.
No, it was not supposed to be an advantage. It was supposed to be a normal roll. So
Even still.
yeah, it smells really good, very soothing.
Hmm.
Terran just sits down on a bench and puts his elbows on his knees and puts his thumbs under his chin as he's crossing his fingers, just sitting there.
Well, her passive perception is high enough, so she definitely knows you guys are there. Now, what may I help you with, young'uns? I don't suppose it's not just a reward that I told my son to relay to you all.
I'm sure
Actually,
they have questions.
My, two have questioned. DM will do. Roll the die. And then she points to Syndra first. Young one with the blood of dragons. You may speak first.
There does seem to be some odd confusion around here, and some things have come to light that lead me to question things. First of all, it would appear that whatever primal that your neighbors, the Knoll tribe, seems to be
Yes.
falling to is actually more closely related to probably what we call a Prince of the Abyss.
We have another name for the abyss. We usually call it the Great Maul.
Okay, well that clears that question up. And that's unsettling enough as it is. But, as we are understanding, primals in your land are attracted to large amounts of arcane energy.
Yes, they are powerful beings, but beings that still require sustenance to exist.
How much arcane energy would one need to awaken the sleeping giant?
The Sleeping Mountain. To be honest, I do not know, but usually it's on a level of cataclysmic troubles Well, that's one of them. Others are, well, the Sleeping Mountain feeds upon the land and also feeds the land as well. It is a cycle, as you would say. Power flows from the land to the Sleeping Mountain, and the Sleeping Mountain, in its eternal sleep and slumber, its guardianship, it replenishes the land.
Okay, let me ask a very hypothetical question. What would the Sleeping Mountain do if someone were to attract all of the other primals in the land right to it?
I like this plan already.
Ah, you're speaking of a possible rebellion, the primals attacking the Sleeping Mountain.
Ugh.
No, I mean of a mad wizard with a huge amount of arcane power on his own, the ability to use a spell that can trap a soul of a dragon and make them into a being far surpassing death by any means. And he's mad enough to probably try to do something like that with the Sleeping Mountain, let alone every primal that's coming towards him.
Hmm. I may not be old enough to know such a story, but during my, I believe, 420th summer of living, a foolish tragedy did happen. Even now, I and many of the, well, few elders who have lived that long, we still do not know why this happened. But it transpired, and it led to many deaths of old primals, and, well, we end up getting the Burning Lands because the Sleeping Mountain was enraged by a foolish primal. Karanaz led a rebellion with 4 other primals in her territory. A foolish attempt to not only usurp the Sleeping Mountain, but attempted to absorb and feed upon the Sleeping Mountain's power. They no doubt thought that, due to the Sleeping Mountain's unusual habit of slumbering for decades into centuries, perhaps into millennia, and its battle with the 7 great worms, it must have been actually weak. But it was a foolish idea. For you see, they did not realize that the Sleeping Mountain does not sleep because it is weak. It sleeps because there is no duty to perform. It is the guardian god of this land. It does not brook any equal or trespassers. I will tell you now, the same light that had killed the great worms was not as powerful as the one it used to wipe out its fellow primals, which, in hindsight, even their great size, they were still small compared to the great mountain sleeps. They were reduced to ashes, and their followers deprived of their mortal coils, the territory reduced to smoldering rock and boiling mist with massive dust balls. Ironically, it was around that time I met my mate, which thankfully he was living in my lands, the savage jungles here. Because had he been living in his former homeland, well, he too would have been one of the many countless casualties. I believe ever since now that I've reached my bit over my 700th summer, the Sleeping Mountain has been dormant since that time. For an individual to provoke the Sleeping Mountain, as you say, they must have either a great deal of confidence with power to back it up, or the foolhardiness to attempt it with some little to no understanding of how much power they must wield and they must stand up against.
The one I'm talking about supposedly defeated the Zip-Serpa dragon.
You sir.
TM.
That is quite a boust to have. For even though the usurper and the traitor are deemed lesser dragons in the eyes of our pantheon, they were no pushovers. Tell me more of this mad mage.
I guess with everybody there, we'll just shortcut that.
Yes. So
Look at me.
Oh. Was this the one that had tore your soul apart, Storm Rider?
Yes.
Troubling. That
My
could be
soul
to-
is not my issue. It was my
It is
kin
so.
that is the source of my anger. He can keep what he has of me. But I'll never get back what he took.
Oh, that and you took a bunch of treasure.
Such loss. Yes, I understand that feeling all too well in my younger years. Especially losing my mate. And you seek to avenge your lost clan, your tribe, from this wizard.
I wish to prevent it from ever happening again. My clan is gone.
But not forgotten so long as you live.
Not to be weird, but Tyranid seems way more noble than he usually is talking about this.
Yabla kind of tilts her head into the slight what toward
Oh, usually he's
Single
just
gal.
talking about completely murdering him and tearing him apart and kinds of things.
perhaps it is the company and approach of speech one must have.
I mean, that hadn't stopped him before.
Well, if I were a few centuries younger, I would no doubt be in the front lines of battle, should I be provoked to anger, but I must settle with the arcane arts these days.
Seeing this clan has reminded me of a few things.
She finishes brewing what she is making and pours out a couple of cups. She looks over to you all. Would you prefer some tea?
Syndra looks over at Sign with this like expression of like, okay, it's not fruit tea, is it?
Let me check one more time.
I'll take some tea.
It just says the fruit. It says do not eat the fruit, it's, and then fresh blood stains. So it's quite recent, as soon as he ate it. I don't know. I'm just gonna be a fruitarian for a little bit now. Or an
Yeah, an
anti-fruitist.
Fruitist, Jesus. I don't know, that doesn't seem very fruitful.
I'm going to shove an apple down your throat and I hope you choke on it.
I'm sorry.
I'm
You
not sure
see-
which I'd rather watch. The fact of her choking on an apple or Sign being strangled out by those thoughts.
Well, either way, it just popped up recently, so I'm not quite interested in eating any sort of fruit tea or anything along the lines of fruit.
I'll take some tea.
I'll take some as well.
These are simply made of some herbs and
Cyanide.
old flowers that I have acquired from the Hidden Grove.
I'm actually pretty sure he's crazy.
I wish you could see what I see.
Do I want to?
Good enough
Yes. I will translate. You know what? Tonight I'm going to translate this. You take it all, good look at it, and then when you all start dying from apples being choked down your throat, well, it's not my fault.
Diabala will.
When something wakes up when you guys trust Benzato, it's not my fault. When the Bonebreaker Chieftain is a savage and has no interest in peace and beats the shit out of all of us, it's not my fault. I run,
No.
and I go have a cup of coffee.
You know, I actually think I know what this is. It's one of those self-fulfilling prophecies. He wants you to strangle him with an apple.
I think that would be more of a kink than more of a self-revealing prophecy.
Dear
So-
God.
Ah, that's right. You do see things between the many possibilities. One.
Duh. See too many.
It is impressive you managed to keep yourself together.
Barely holding on, and I kind of show my neck that is slowly chipping out again. Oh, speaking of which, are we staying over tonight? I may have to do a little bit of recuperation.
Yes.
Oh, thank the
are.
Lord.
She then points over to where the two huts are available for you guys to rest in.
Oh, goody.
I do insist this tea does not have been made of any fruit that might be dangerous to your possible future health.
Oh, I didn't.
Well, I'm already losing all health imaginable, so I'm gonna go to my bedding now. I'm gonna hibernate.
Very well, but I will ask of one thing, one that is between the many possibilities, the paradoxal one.
Yes, the great mistake of the universe. How may I help you?
Be careful not to rely too much on the various versions that have failed. Simply adapt.
I don't plan on following their footsteps, that's for sure. Simply a bit of insight on the whole situation. But keep an eye out for fruits, I don't trust them anyways. Well, off I go. If you need me, I'll be in one of the rooms smoking. Oh, we can't smoke, can we?
You may be able to smoke here.
Oh, blessed me.
Make sure the window's open.
There is no windows. Not in my room.
Oh God.
There are
Second.
flaps, so you could flap them open.
See, different thing. Don't have
Did
them.
you
Sorry.
steal someone else's room?
Well, I'm sleeping here anyway, so I'm not too worried about it.
Just absolutely fucking the wrong room.
Just walk into some guy. And who are you? I was told I'd be right here.
The owner of this new establishment that has just been posted on sale for free.
Dear Lord.
How much HP is this gonna take? 7, 14, 20, 35. Ow!
Oh, will you?
Oh no.
You're just an old man. And you quickly see him beginning to rapidly wilt. This is really, really old man.
Oh, you
Mind if I
guessed.
crash for a minute?
This way, come.
Ah. Do you make me walk?
Yes,
No. I'm old and dreary.
not your hut. Your hut's here.
But my hut is too long. Oh, I don't want to sleep with the corpse. Oh,
Other
this
hut.
one.
It's
Oh,
dead.
I get to sleep with the stuffed animal.
Yeah, it's literally just it's just the armor it should be, right? Because it just offed itself.
It's just the armor. No, actually,
Oh,
one
look
of
at
the elites went in there and just smashed it.
Probably
Oh,
smells.
Jesus. So it's literally just bone dust and armor.
Yes.
Just a crushed skull and some bones and a armor.
Just sit, look left, look right. Want a cigarette?
Oh no, when you enter that particular hut, it's emptied.
Oh,
And there is a sharp-toothed kobold hanging outside, but
Oh
it's
my
mostly
god.
it's mostly just watching out
Oh.
and just kind of patrolling. You don't really hear it moving too much except on the occasional slightly drag of a sword, but
well, the lonely smoker uses freeze minus night, so here we go.
I used a bonus action to light up my doobie. Nah, that's good.
I got horns. Just scrape them. It makes a little spark.
Yeah. which is possible. It's possible. But yes, so you're speaking. Anyone else speaking to Yabala?
I don't have too much to really think that I could think of off the top of my head.
Also, drinking the tea, you do feel rejuvenated. So let me just roll this because she's actually healing you.
Hell yeah. And then we die.
Yeah, those who are drinking it, you heal 6 points of health.
I think that actually puts me at max again.
That's good tea. If I
That actually puts me at max. Yay.
granted, I'm a little worried that we're being put at max health before a long rest.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm so untrustworthy, huh? I get it. I see it.
I've played this game way too many times, Dad. Stop.
Give me 4 hours, please, Miser. Just 4 hours.
Yeah, Yabala kind of just sits on her seat there and drinking her own tea. Says, "Now, I suppose I should discuss about the reward that I wish to bequeath to you for listening to my selfish request of listening to or aiding my son, which he will come with you with his request eventually, but due to the awakening of Jadade, he has been on slight edge about that." She just takes us.
That is entirely understandable.
I am under the impression that you are in need of mounts, personal mounts, or information. I can provide what I can.
Well, actually, that is a thing. We need to avoid the gnolls who are being led by badness. I need to make my way. Let me check the map.
Northeast.
Northwest.
Really?
What are we going? Yeah, because we're technically in the southeast.
You guys are in the southeast.
Yeah.
The Thunder Coast.
I need to
are
go
in
to
the
Stormforge.
Stormforge, yeah. That would be like what, right over there?
Northwest. That's over there. And we're here.
Yes, I need a. Is there a back way around their territory to get back over towards Stormforge and the Thunder Coasts?
Besides going either straight through the Devil, I believe you outsiders call it the Devil Fang Mountains, but we natives simply call it the back of the Sleeping Mountain. And then, of course, you could take the longer way around. Passing through the salt marshes to the Falsial coastal paradise, which I don't recommend for many people to go into. And the outposts, the Rashakan, that has been somewhat problematic to my son. But then you will have to go through the boiling swamps and the burning plains, which I do not think you would survive the journey back.
We may be able to charter a ship from Minzato to make it there faster.
Yes, but the problem is getting through the flatlands with the knolls.
So you are in need of speed. She kind of makes a clicking noise, which, for those that have Draconic and Primordial, you do hear some distinct words. And one particular word you definitely understand is the word Rippa. And you do hear the loud or very heavy footsteps. And poking its head through the window flap is the very large beast. Kind of stretches his head over to Yabala, who places her hand onto its snout. Perhaps I can provide you some of our mounts. We have lost some of our proud warriors, but they had insisted that the survival of the mounts was more paramount than their own. And coincidentally, we have exactly 5 that are currently without owner.
Sin looks at the others.
And what's the worst that can happen other than we die and go to...
Well, I mean, so long as they're 30 feet back from us. Or more. You know, this is really cutting into this whole second mate.
I mean, you chose it, did you not? You should at least had some idea of a background.
There's a
loyalty, and that was all I needed.
There's a bit of a low growl, but it's not a hostile one. It's just more of a slight purr as Yabala's just petting Rippa as the large, very large raptor is having a petting, but its eyes are definitely looking at you all.
I had a drake a few hundred years back.
Didn't something like that try to claw your guts out earlier?
Yes.
You're referring to the wild ones that have not been bonded with our tribe.
No, it was, what was his name? Simex? Sizzle?
Cimerax, the champion of the Venom Hand.
Yes, I believe it was his.
Yes, the Venom Hand have been most skilled in using their strength to dominate those of other species and creatures that we brought into their service, and those that have entered their service are usually or used to been treated very well. A pity that their current war chief, Amarax, has been having drastic changes. My son was quite wise to not continue any more trade and amicable discussions with his fellow fallen chief. But again, I do offer these mounts as a reward.
They hard to train, or would they be able to listen to us on command?
They will listen to you, as I am telling Rippa now to tell the other mounts that you are friends of the Sharp Tooth. tribe. So long as you remain loyal and continue friendship with our tribe, they too will show you that unyielding loyalty that they have given us. I know this land will be meeting some certain changes, but note that not all changes will be easily welcome, and some will be met with a fierce resistance. And while she is still petting Ripa, she turns a little bit, and Tyrannin, actually, let me just roll for this because she does have a comment for all of you. So let's see who goes first. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, Syndra, child of the dragon blood of, I suppose, the usurper kin, but it seems that there will be some hardships for you coming ahead. And she gives Ripa a slight pat, and again with this few clicking noises she had, this large beast seems to also click as well and begins making its way out and about. Come closer, child. I may have something to show you. Closer. I cannot reach that far. As you can see, she is now sitting a little bit. And her hand stretches outward, places a clawed finger, which roll me a constitution, not a saving, just normal constitution.
One normal constitution coming up. That's better than I was expecting.
Her hand is, well, for a old kobold, her clawed finger is very, very cold, even by your standards. But as that happens, she says, "You will need this amulet to safely traverse the seas in the northern parts of these lands. While you may be able to continue on without it, this would aid you in your swim." And an image comes to your mind. Unfortunately, the last time I have seen this amulet was roughly a few decades ago, when some of my tribesmen were making deals with a set of dwarves who have earned their privilege and our respect. I believe one of them was a very fancily dressed one, but she then pulls out what looks to be like a pin, and Retta, I give this to you right away because you still have one of your own. It is a
Murder
emblem of the
stones.
murder stone. Yes, it is an emblem of the murder stones. I believe one of them was in possession of this amulet. I had told them to keep care of it, as it is most valuable in these lands. They were quite surprised, and hopefully they have listened to my words, since I feel that they are still in these lands.
Yeah, at least as of a week ago they were, huh?
We can ask John D if he still has it.
Oh, right. Janji was really well dressed.
He was the fancier of the three, yes.
Speaking of fancy, as she withdraws from Syndra. Young Storm Rider, do you still have the jewel that I presented to you on our first meeting?
He digs into the pocket that he keeps it in, and he walks over to her.
Be sure to hold on to that, as you have been, sadly and unfortunately been ripped apart from within. Your vessel is in need of reforging. It is a difficult task to build oneself up again, because so much has been lost. But
I'm working on it.
indeed, remember that this is a tool to use, one that I believe will be of great use to you. Seek out the various fonts of power. No doubt, as she looks over to Syndra and to Adaria, similar to the altars that you two have went through to save the souls of your fallen. Her eyes, well, what you can tell is her eyes from being hidden underneath the large lily pad that's covering the top of her head. There are more of these particular founts of power. Place the marble, the gem, on top of it. Let it sit for a while. Eventually the color will change. How long will it take? I do not know, but the other method of extraction of power is when you slay a powerful beast. One that is close to the primals, but not a primal. And should you be so lucky to have slayed a primal, that may draw some of its power.
He just clutches in his hand and he nods.
Although, I will say, in time of using it, well, only you will know when and how. Finally, her eyes kind of, or at least the head starts to turn over to Adaria. And child who has been cursed by the ill omen. The dawn. Just note that, as one advice from an elderly to a youngin, your past does not define you. It is something that will give you reason to forge yourself for tomorrow, but it is what you do now that will determine if everything that has been done in the past was worth it, and if you deserve that tomorrow. For the fading dragon, well, it is usually seen as an ill omen. Not all changes, as I said before, is bad. It's how one interprets and adapts to it.
Should I be worried then that something's going to still bite me in the ass, considering...
Considering how and when it bites you, do you bite back? Do you let it keep biting?
I don't plan on it, no, but the mind can tend to be a fickle thing.
Well, you may stay here and watch the stars, so long as you do not mind me brewing some more medicine and herbs.
Should be fine.
The rest of you may take your rest. Others. Seems my apprentice has been taking a long chat with your fellow comrade. They too should be done by now. But rest. Oh, unable to read data. Oh, did this thing just reset on me? Yes, it did.
Oof.
Did I just get kicked out from everyone else's perspective?
No,
let me
you're
check.
still here.
No, you're good.
Okay, no, because it keeps giving me this white box of doom.
No.
Oh no.
Give me
Oh.
a second. I gotta reboot, it seems. But that being said, she kind of leans back and says, "Very well. 5 of our raptor mounts shall be under your. Will be watching. Well, granted to you. Hopefully, your visit with the Bonebreaker tribe will be. Okay, yeah. So the tokens were not moving.
Oof.
Would be beneficial."
Thank you.
With that, everyone, you can take a long rest as the night begins to fall. And now I get to play with you players in. Actually, let me see.
You get to kill us all. I'm ready. Playing this game too.
Alright, so let's see. 1, 2, 3.
Smells like ass in here.
So,
I'm glad you could join.
first things first, how's everyone's reactions as you go to your sleeping tents? Anything to say? Anything to do?
I'm just chilling with.
Oh yeah, sign
Grandmaster
probably looks
Yabba.
like shit.
Yeah,
Probably
okay.
aged a solid 100 years.
Who put this old man in my tent?
It. Come on, horns,
I
glasses,
read 'em.
cigarette. Come on. I believe.
You're
No,
grayer than usual.
usually. Only
Thank
way I
you.
can only way I can really keep the explosions from going down. I have to kind of knoll myself for a bit.
Is why I'm thanking you, because I believe you used most of your abilities on me.
Select few. Was mainly to keep you alive. Nothing too crazy. Only one mana drone appeared. Don't think twice about it.
Meanwhile, what the
I
fuck's a
won't.
mama?
Too much talking and not enough progress has happened today. My head
Alright.
hurts.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna be up for a little bit. I have to finish these translations. I'll hand them to you in the morning. I don't think the group believes that I'm sane. Well, they have good reason to. So maybe you should introduce them to these papers.
Right.
I don't have confidence in my others, being that majority of them have probably gotten to them in, well, quite shit situations brought upon themselves, but there's a select few in here where, well, it was inevitable, and quite frankly, I'm worried that we will face the same reality. I don't know how close we are to these realities, but whatever it is, I don't want to be near any of them. Besides this one says they all get to peace. Look at that. How nice. I wonder if the fruit tea was good.
That's a mustard stain.
Is it a mustard stain? Oh yes, look at that.
Damn it.
Didn't know we had mustard. You people have come a long way.
Right. Like I said.
Exhausted. Alright, well, get some rest. I'll be here.
See him do his like normal ritual of putting his blades by his side and then circling around a couple times and just plopping down on the floor.
Yeah. Sign just has 2 little flames on his fucking horns while he's reading. They didn't have
Okay.
candles.
Alright, just give me a moment for something. Syndra, Aderia, anything you want to say or ask, do? Wanna make sure I got it down.
I'm trying to think. I don't got anything that I could think of.
Okay.
I think Sin will rest for a while. Yeah, she'll just rest. Since Az isn't here, we won't do anything that way.
Yeah. Alright. So let me roll something here. Okay, I want to make sure I got my tokens properly done. There. Alright. Let me roll. So 4 of you guys. So 1d4. Starting with Sign is 1. Retta is 2. Aderia 3. And Syndra is 4.
She's dead.
Aw. I don't get my fancy dream.
Oh darn.
We've got one more night.
Maybe.
One day.
I am grabbing 2 people today, but let's go with Sign first. So
Fun and
Sign,
exciting.
as you decide to rest, and it's very rare for you to be resting a lot these days because, well, things have just gone horribly wrong, or things just gone pear shape out of the beyond. You are finding yourself in an odd situation. Oh, I didn't move you guys. Let me do that properly. No, that's not it. To make sure I got those macros working. Thing kicked me out. There you are.
Oh, neat.
Also, you are right here.
Where I didn't see the ping.
You're literally part of the crystal right now.
Oh dear.
And you realize that your form is very transparent, almost, well, almost like a ghost. And you peer to this possibility, this dream that you're having, and you see a mage, clearly a wizard in black robes with a monocle. And it doesn't take you that long to put 2 and 2 together that this is most likely Ed Matthias Dominguez, as he is standing there with his 2 goons, and standing in front of him even further back, looking quite berate and angry, is this large minotaur creature with an axe to grind, as it snarls and bellows at Dominguez, and it just simply says, "You lied to me." Matthias just looking quite unperturbed, standing sideways, his back toward the Black Knight, but he's exchanging glances between your location of the red crystal that you are in and to the large minotaur, and he just goes, "My dear Wotan, chieftain of the Ice Blood, I told you that the particular fruits of labor that I have presented to you all was with risk. And I even said it. I asked you, do you have the resolve to partake in this and accept all consequences? You did not tell me that the effects would be this drastic. You ask of me for aid, supplies, and power to subjugate the other tribes due to their advance in your territory and subjugating many of the smaller tribes into their own. I have delivered on my end. All I asked was that you provide me extra protection and loyal soldiers. And you see... Actually, can you roll me a perception?
Hell yeah. 5.
So you see this giant minotaur raise its fist, but you do not see what's in his massive hand as it suddenly crushes whatever was in there. But you do hear a squishing sound. And it looks to be like strange golden fluids leaking out from the crushing or the closed fist. You perverted the contract. And Matthias is looking. I did no such thing. These contracts are to the detail, to the word. I've kept my end of the bargain. Your tribe is now currently wiping out the other invasive tribe. And they will soon work for me and be added to my forces. I have seen no particular disassemblement or twisting of this contract. You, who willingly agreed, read it with your councilman and signed it. Now, I'll make this clear. I am no devil. I seek no souls of you. Your people still have most of their mental facilities. They are just filled with the repressed anger that they have been holding against the other tribes. You, as chieftain, should know this fully well. They no longer obey the laws, our traditions. They even gone as far as to invade other lands that are not within our territory. Matthias kind of shrugs. Then they must have desired to have more land, more places. It is not I who gave them that instinctive impulse or instructions. I simply asked them to deal with any and all possible dangers to my being, and I would provide them whatever supplies and weaponry necessary. It was all in the contract. You silver-tongued wizard. I take offense to being called silver-tongue. That belongs to those who are truly gifted in the ability to gab. What I have here is what I have here. No more, no less. That being said, he turns around and signs. You see that he is indeed looking directly at you.
Oh.
I am dealing with a paradoxical problem. The enforcers of supposed order are now leaking to this bountiful land. I am in need of your aid. Your aid to turn the tides in my favor. Roll me. Okay, I have 5 perception. Oh. Okay, yeah. I need you to roll me a charisma saving throw.
Oh dear. Nat.
Hi,
one.
dear. Oh no.
Can you paradox down here?
You can attempt to paradox.
Okay. We're gonna start paradoxing. It's a reroll at advantage.
Oh my
Jesus.
god!
What the fuck?
Are you okay, man?
What the?
Wow.
Those are real. Those are real rolls.
Oh my god.
Okay, so a paradox does not happen.
I can't inspo. I don't think I have the inspiration.
No, you don't.
In
You were
I
meant to nat one. That is 3 in a row.
that.
You're gonna roll great tomorrow, I hope.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
But sign. Oh, I'm so sorry, buddy.
Well,
You suddenly-
I'm waiting for the next 6 seconds.
You're feeling a compulsion to listen more to what this man is saying, and he seems to talk a lot of logical sense, especially with the whole idea that the enforcers of order are starting to bleed in, and you know full well that they are just as much of a trouble to you as they are to those who wish for freedom. And you do hear the words in your head. I would like to add your abilities to my servitude, to my particular grand designs. One who is neither truly here, but yet is here.
It's 1 in 400. Get the fuck out of here. I wonder if I can speak.
You have not tried.
As proper sign does. Ding ding ding. Hello. This thing on. Just clicking through the glass.
There, as you hit the glass, you definitely hear, or as you touch the glass, you definitely feel resistance as you touch this glass, and with your passive perception, you can clearly see that Matthias is smiling at this reaction of yours.
Oh, neat. This is like my home or something. Some form of, I don't know, a paradox in itself. I've heard one of my other friends had this dream.
It is nothing too particularly unique or advanced. It is just an astral projection of yourself to my area.
Strange. How'd you make that? And who's the man in the background? And why was the contract drawn? I have a lot of questions.
He snaps his fingers, and as the large bull creature is about to bellow something, he stops. Yes, well, he is a particular, shall I say, topic that is unrelated to what we are dealing with right now.
Well, I will agree there are some Primus situations happening. Though I can't say I can really help you. One, you'll forget about me. There's really nothing you can do about that. Two, you can't really control my powers. I can't even control my powers. And there's, well, not many chances that you'll get to survive if you keep me around. I can most likely kill you by accident.
I have gambled with death before.
Oh yes, so have many of me.
Yes, it was one of the many of you that had contacted me.
Right. Interesting. So what made you then? Are you just another one of me? Just terribly deformed, less handsome.
No, I am the Grand Court Wizard of a former lord, Ed Matthias Dominguez.
Oh, I've heard plenty of you. I've heard people you've killed and slaughtered and turned into zombies and many more. Can't say I quite agree with it, but I can't say I've done not horrible things in my life as well. I've probably matched with you.
Interesting, but such particular tales are usually saved for those who are on the receiving end. What I've done is for the greater good.
Well, if you even ask for my help, you're not going to get any greater good. I know myself, and I know myself as destruction. I am no order. I am no redeemable aspect of life or the universe itself. I am irredeemable. I don't think you understand that. For someone as smart as you should understand that I'll kill everything around me. The entire city. There was a whole city that I've just sent. Gone.
And what if I can say that I can redeem you?
There is no redemption in me. I've lived longer than you have. I've seen multiple counts of me dying over and over, and I'm just waiting for a matter of time before I die as well.
So
There's
you
no
say.
redemption.
So you say, gentleman who is neither here or there, the paradox that is simply a sine, cosine, and tangent.
I've heard that one before. Someone made an Urtero made that joke before they all fucking vanished into the helm of Avernus. Do you understand the situation? I kill
Right.
people.
And so have I. We are not so truly different. Again,
For the wrong reasons. You're misguided.
misguided. I have been called that many times before.
And have you chosen to listen to one?
I have. But again, their logic is flawed.
Their logics don't fall under your ideals. I understand that. You want to go right, they want to go left.
I have no interest in right or left, but forward. That being said, I will not coerce you to my particular designs. It is just a slower road to get to there. Alas, I am a bit worried about the particular monodrome that has been spotted in the lands far south from where I'm at.
A tiny one? I sure hope so.
Indeed.
That's good.
It seems like our time is somewhat shortening out now. But
One more thing. Be careful with paradoxes. I know we're enemies right now, but under things like that, I can be indifferent with the situation. Do not try and control us. Chaos. It will kill you, and it will kill everyone around you. Even if it's for the greater good, all will go to hell. Or nothingness, even. Just a warning. Things
I should
become
keep
out of
that
our
in-
control, even for all of us. Even me.
Very well. I suppose a little bit of the unexpected in my grand designs is within calculated reason. That being said, I bid you adieu, one who is a paradox. And you start to fade further away. And
Adieu. Don't eat the fruit.
I know.
Always so paradox.
And with that, we
Oh.
go to the next person.
Oh boy, rolling that one for me,
I
Dad.
just put 2 and 2 together. Holy fucking shit.
What?
Nothing. I'll tell you after session.
2. Okay, so I should have counted who was gonna be next.
That should
Hold
be
on.
turning, right?
Hold on, I actually got to roll a 6 now because it's because sign is already out of the equation. So Tyrion is 1, Syndra is 2, and Adaria is 3, and then we just continue on until the D6 number. So, well, it seems like we want Syndra.
Thank the. Hey! Remember her not saying she didn't have any dreams?
Pull
Yeah.
that
Get
fucking
fucked.
trigger. Do it. Do it.
All right, where is the? Okay, there's the tag, and I need to get my macro. Okay, vision. Where are you?
Roll20's on a. Roll20's got a thing going right now. That's for sure.
It is. It
Roll
is.
20 was like, hey, I heard you
3
wanted to
nat
try to say
ones.
fuck the plot, but plot said fuck you.
All right, so Syndra.
And then on his
you
best save.
I know. That's just funny.
Alright,
It's
so
like
make
me
sure-
with my D100, like give myself a 1% chance.
Yeah, I was like, wow, okay.
Anyway,
So Syndra, you drift off into sleep, and you hear a voice very familiar to your head, and it just simply says, "Progeny of my blood."
I was wondering, am I going to pick up?
Your eyes open, and you find yourself in a familiar, dark, somewhat sulfuric smell of acid as a very familiar, gigantic Dracolich sits half submerged in this massive pool of acid. And on the side, you see your mother calmly sitting down on what appears to be a throne of bones. Calmly just looking over to you, gives you a slight wave of acknowledgement. And then you just hear the voice of Daggeroth. The mouth not moving, but the voice loud and clear. "It seems you have grown a bit in power. And you have questions for me."
Oh. Yes, both accounts. Granted, I am curious as to why my mother is sitting on that throne instead of my grandmother. Or my great-grandmother. Oh well. Well, great-grandpa, I guess that's probably about the time we should have this conversation.
"Speak your mind, one of my blood."
You said that there was this land that has caused something. What is your connection to it?
"You speak of the land untouched by the spell plague, concealed and cocooned. I have no direct connection with it, but I know of its existence."
I was just trying to figure out where all this fits in. You said it was the energies were affecting this and allowing this communication.
"It is because it is that land untouched by the plague, untouched by the various disasters from before a certain empire fell, before those that devoured magic uncontrollably plagued the land, before even I was a wormling.
Though this does bring up an interesting question, too. My understanding is that you didn't deal with Samaster himself, correct?
Now why would I reveal my hand so
Because I want to know what Ed has in Samaster's book.
Roll me a perception.
Woo.
There's just a slight snort. "Many seek tomes and power of ancient times, well beyond their petty understanding. They do not appreciate the power nor the craft of the art of the mystic ways. Just because a paltry little wizard the claims of sealing away Tiamat is prancing around with my old rivals. Book does not make him a significant interest of mine.
Well, he also has a very specific gem used in a magic jaw spell that was very specific.
Describe the gem, child of my blood.
Well, he was held in a hoard of a blue dragon named Tyrannin until Ed took it. And according to Tyrannin, it was about this size and this shape and was bright red.
I'm just gonna roll this for Daggerath now. Connections, Daggerath, and he is extremely knowledgeable on magic items. So this
He is a level 20 Archmage. No.
Well, please don't jump when you see his actual bonus stats and everything.
That's about right.
Ah, yes. An 8 is his bonus stats. Damn. What a pushover.
At this point, the dice roll is the bonus stat.
Yeah, pretty much. That's why I was making the joke. It's like, alright, so he has a plus 38. His modifier is the roll.
Yeah.
My grandfamily's strong.
Granddaddy.
Great granddaddy.
I'll just tell you this right now: you don't want to be in the way of his breath weapon.
I do not want to see the way my mother fights then.
Thank God I only have to deal with an Eldritch God abomination and not dragons.
You don't fight a Dangaroth.
You run. I would say that is impossible, but the gem's original color was not that of red. And from the sounds of it, it seems that you only, or rather, the wretched wizard only has a piece of it. And hold on, I'll be right back, because the damn blasted...
Fucking the ambulance has come for you. To take you away from all the bullshit you're about to get smacked by. Oh, God.
When your player has the smart.
I'm so glad. That's why I'm so glad a lot of my shit's homebrew. So I'm like, you can try to understand what's going on, but you really don't.
Okay, so going back to what Daggerath was about to say. It sounds like the poultry mage has gained access to an artifact that is well beyond his ability to use, even if he were to have as many artifacts to make him even close to my power. The piece that he has is but either a fragment or a replica of the Eye of Asgaroth.
Does Sin have any idea what that is?
You can roll, or as a player, you may take a guess what he is talking about.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm rolling.
Can you spell that?
I will spell it for you.
Thanks.
So with an 18, you do know that there has been some lore of the origin between Tiamat and Bahamut, and that they were originally a dragon known as Io, but there was also Io went by another name, and that was Asgaroth, or a very well aspect of a world serpent concept, a dragon deity of creation, a technically greater god, and one of the myths and legends that when Asgaroth fought the god of the giants, after the battle he split into two parts. One half was Bahamut, the other half was Tiamat. And one of the things that Asgaroth represented was not only the rage of dragons, but the very primal nature of dragonkind. It had multiple colors, not sticking to one particular color, and a breath weapon that mixed the elements of fire, cold, lightning, storms, various elements that no creature could truly defend against it.
Sin kind of sits there for a moment.
As you remain silent, Daggerath says, I don't hope. I am hoping you do not require a history lesson in myth and mythology, child of my blood.
No, I'm simply questioning why Ed would require that item, and why he appears to be headed towards what could potentially be the largest dragon on all of Faerun.
Can't you not piece together the parts, child of my blood?
Of course I can. That's the fucking problem. I don't want to think about the fact that Ed is trying to resurrect Asgaroth or something like that.
At least you have a worthwhile mind capable of thinking. Though, as you have said, even I have encountered, or rather sensed, the presence of the entity that lives, or rather sleeps, on that forgotten land. And I can assure you, as powerful as I am, I would not dare fight something that has been born well beyond the time of Tiamat and Bahamut. You would do well to hope that this charlatan of a wizard does not succeed.
Bloody hell. This brings out quite a problem. Quite a problem indeed.
Still, it would be interesting to see if some charlatan of a wizard can actually resurrect a dead god without its soul.
But if he was resurrecting a dead god without its soul, but the souls of others? I mean, we both know the dragon souls are not like the souls of mortals.
Of course not. So the question remains, what will be the feeling souls? Or rather, what will be used to supplement a soul? And let alone the mind behind the soul.
Well, if I'm going off of the concept of what's likely happening, and the reason I was asking about Samasta's original copy was what Samasta wanted to do. what you escaped. A universe world ruled by Draculiches, except, oh, not Draculiches like you. Mindless beasts under his control.
You are thinking too small, child of my blood. Come
I
now.
had 97 years to do it.
Yes, and yet you have traveled into the plane of death. Had it not occurred to you that to exist is to simply die? I too must escape that particular fate. But the inevitability is that we all will perish. That being said, a Draco-Lich form still has its limitation, because it needs a mortal form.
Yes, without bones around of other dragons or dragon-like creatures, you can't rebuild yourself.
So why would a wizard waste that sort of power to create a massive Draco-Lich without a proper body to replace it, in the possible event of its destruction?
Because it would be completely pointless if it, well, I mean, would nullify itself if the body was completely indestructible in the first place. I mean, there are liches who have literally used ancient gold dragon skulls as their phylacteries just because you can't break a freaking dragon skull. It's just no.
You see, Daggeroff's head kind of moves a little bit to the side, as if telling you to follow his gaze. Do you?
Yes.
You see various stockpiles of dragon bones at the side. Some matching around Daggeroff's own size, if you can guess how much of his real mass he's hiding beneath the acid pool. That is one possibility, but know that not everything is believable when there is a claim of indestructibility or difficulty of destruction. Because as long as there is a possibility of death, it is still there. As a necromancer, one who is following one of the many schools of the mystic arts, you should know that best.
Yes, true. Never rely entirely upon the protections of the fact of your action. Granted, it's hard to find anything on lichdom or anything like that in reality.
Because it is a well-guarded secret. If there are too many apex predators, there will be too little food to share among the top. I believe it is time to give you a small gift. Show me your ability to survive, to thrive, to grow and to evolve. And you don't need a perception roll for this, but you do hear him inhale. And you wake up as a stream of green light comes to your view, and as you start to do so, you feel, well, pain, and blood begins to rack the tips of your fingers. and up to your forearms as this begins to happen to you, Syndra. And a voice again speaks to your head. Grow stronger, child of my blood. Strive for power as your blood demands. Make me a DC 14 Constitution saving throw.
Unless our wizard died. Yep. Sorry.
So, the pain is unyielding. You wish to rip apart anything that has harmed you, yourself included, and that would harm you. Your thoughts are being overwritten by a never-ending tide of pain as it reaches up to your shoulders and into your neck. And as you only begin to see red, a voice echoes in your head. Pathetic. You will attempt this again upon the next sunset in your dreams, child, my blood. And you pass out. But thoughts do come to your mind of what is Ed up to, and such is the connection of what is it with Asgard. And alright, so let me switch to macros, get everyone back to the that is other village. Here we go. So I'm only doing 2 people dreams at a time.
Disgusting. Now I have to
Yes.
wait 3 millennia for my next dream.
That it is. Actually, Adaria, did you do anything while you were hanging out under the...
Probably just watch the stars, because I don't have to sleep as long. So I'd probably just look up occasionally.
Okay, roll me,
Well-
Arcana.
I think I just fucked myself, boys.
That you did.
That's
Good luck,
fine. Everyone's rolling like ass. I too must roll like ass. Yes.
Yes, and considering that, I'm gonna actually get you... I'm gonna get actually both of you now, because I changed my mind.
Ah!
Damn it, Mariner! I thought
All
Terry was
right.
finally gonna have his first full night of sleep without breaking something.
So, Adaria, as you look up to the stars, you see that many of the stars and constellations don't quite match at first. But then you do see some more similarities. And they seem to turn and twist. And for the briefest of moments, you see what looks to be like a very large eye looking at you. Then 2 eyes. Then it comes to 3. And let me... Where is my macros? I keep screwing up with my macros. I'm a horrible DM. Here we go. You find yourself back in front of a huge set of doors.
Always back here.
And you hear the same annoying, hoarse chant of these faceless beings and a certain priest. All of them are telling you to open the door. Open the door. But along with it, let me get oh, that's right there in the other here beyond. A person hugs you on the side and it says, "Ah, mistress. Please hurry up and open the door. Bring forth the changes we need for this world. For it stagnates as you have claimed it to be." And You never met her in person, at least as far as your memory goes, but you do recall the illusion magic of what Adia had presented to you as to Nambe.
Oh, she still has a face.
She still has it,
Disgusting.
but she looks fanatically happy, almost to the point of insanity. And you don't need a roll for this, but you can see that her hands are getting a little too familiar as she's pretty much hugging you.
I'm gonna elbow her in the gut. Not
Roll
about
me
that.
an unarmed strike at advantage because she's not expecting it.
Advantage. Holy shit. That's still fun. What the hell is roll 20 on?
Apparently, it wants me to torture players, but anyway, that actually does hit her AC though.
Yeah, I would hope.
So she goes, "Ah, mistress, you're always like this."
Touch me again and I'll break your damn arms.
I mean, you've done worse to me, mistress, but it was always in the sense of our pleasure and our familiarity. But please hurry and open the door. You promised me that you would open the door and change the world for the better. I mean, isn't that not why you sacrificed your brother?
What do I have on me, Miser?
Well, you don't have your smoking pipe, you just have your bare hands.
Let's see. But I do have...
You also have your mantle on as well. Your
I
yellow
figured.
mantle.
Where is it? Because I'm looking for something. Actually, because I'm going to flavor this. Where is it? Because I'm going to use this. And just, instead of my hand, it's going to be a dragon claw and hold it up to her neck. Like, don't you fucking dare. I will rip out your goddamn tongue and shove it down your throat. If you mention him again.
There's a slight crack and twist as Nambe still holds a smile, and it looks like a very twisted smile. Oh, but mistress, it was you who indulged us all in these pleasures by your decree. But if you
Perhaps.
wish for my life, I'll give it to you. Freely. Just say the word and I will offer it for the Messiah. You, who is our Messiah. And as you take a better look at her, you finally realize that her appearance is not quite featureful
Damn it.
anymore.
Fucking call that. Is this what you want? To play with everyone in my head like little fucking dolls? And I'll look at the door.
There's no reply. The only reply you get is from Nambi and the others, simply stating, "Open the door." And it is disturbingly in sync.
God, I'm thinking about this. Because I don't think I asked this before. What does the general make up the door? It's like giant stone, right?
Yes. It is of a stone you cannot tell what sort of type of minerals is composed of, but it does have a alien feel to it. Unnatural.
Adaria lets out a sigh and just says, "Well, I always did wonder what happens when someone bites my ass," and she'll open the door.
I want you to make me a dexterity. Just a dexterity roll.
It's not an advantage. Fuck.
12. As your hand kind of reaches toward the door, you suddenly cannot move, as if your body has just been frozen in space. And you feel a presence standing next to you. And this individual just says, "Now, is that really by your choice, madame? Or are you just feeling the pressure of the inescapable, well, causality?"
Oh god, please tell me you're not going to rant on like the other one about time and all this.
I have very little time to spare with you, young madame, but it seems that you are pressured by many things. Oh, apologies. I am Orum.
All rum. Okay. Oh, aurum. Okay, like gold. Literally. It's the one Latin word I know. Oh, god damn it! I hate you, Miser, so much.
What did I do?
I nothing. I'll talk about it after session. Anyway.
I mean, it seems like you are quite troubled, madame, but as I said, I am on very short time here.
I'd prefer not to open this door if I can't help it for now. Also, would help to have a lot of holes out of my head, but that's not going away anytime soon.
Well, he kind of looks over to the frozen form of Nambe, who looks, well, the faceless Nambe. Those holes in your head I cannot help you with. You did do it to yourself. But
Think I'm... Sorry, go
at the
ahead.
same time, while you have gotten yourself in this situation, you can get yourself out of it. But only if you have the resolve and the will to see it through to the end.
How exactly would that be?
That's for you to find out. I can't give you all the answers.
Well, then could you at least help me out of this situation? Before I do something that'll probably end up getting me killed in more ways than one.
He kind of leans in a little close to you and says, "The answer is simple, madame. Wake up."
God damn it.
As he says this, you snap into waking, and I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw. Actually, no. I need you to make me a strength roll.
I didn't know I was getting fucking awakening ASMR with my dream. God, man, I wish that was an advantage.
It's
I don't
not an
know.
advantage, but you take a swing, and let me see. Does that actually hit? Oh, let me just find. I'm losing track of where my sheets are sometimes. Here you are. check your AC. Yes, you hit. Just roll me an unarmed strike for damage.
Oh no. Just punched a child. Oh my god, I really just punched a child. That's max damage too.
Hold on, let me just get to the. Here we go. Man, I love these macros, but at the same time, I made so many that.
I think it's kind of pointless at that point.
Yeah. No, you actually clocked it. Yeah, but.
Oh no!
Mm. Mm. I've heard that some of you elves do not sleep due to being disconnected to the dream. But I think that may have been for the best of your species. Kinda just rubs her chin.
Sorry, that wasn't intentional. Probably more of a knee-jerk reaction to someone literally whispering in my ear.
Though that certainly was not me. I was trying to shake you awake, child. Kinda, you hear like the audible crack of her snout as she's kind of placing it back or something, like just stretching it out. It has been a while since I tasted my own blood. Still, I do not recommend you sleeping on the floor here without some coverage. The nights do get cold.
I will keep that in mind next time.
But are you alright?
I've been better, been worse. Think I had what people call a nightmare.
They usually do bring their own form of information.
Yes, apparently I was talked to by some man named Aram. I've never heard or seen them before in my life.
I see. Curious. Never heard of such a name. That being said, she kind of cracks a bit of her back and neck, and you can hear the audible snaps and pop as if she's stretching from sitting hunched over. You are seeking the moon tear flower. Do you not know what it's usually used for?
No.
It is a powerful regional sort of material composed to make potions. A ingredient, well, as far as I've known for my over 700 summers, I have known it to be used for 3 sorts of potions. An ingredient for an elixir that could restore the damaged spirit and the soul of the drinker. Perhaps something that you could use to aid your friend, your ally, the young storm rider, or at least strengthen his vessel. But at the same time, a powerful regent can also be made to destabilize the soul, but granting it a short window to merge with another soul, to empower it. It was once used as a ritual, but unfortunately that ritual had failed. The last one, which similar to the first but more invigorating, I suppose, is that it removes all curses, ailments, and one could say disjointments to the mind, body, and soul, cleansing it of all impurities before released back to the stage where it was most pure. Though I must warn you, the ingredients to make such potions are problematic.
Why is that?
Well, for one, you will need the Moon Tear flower, which is guarded by the Hive Stinger tribe and the Emerald Walkers now. Before there was another tribe, but they were extinct due to their folly of using the Moon Tear flower. The other is that, well, you will need the blood of the primals. Willing or unwilling, for they are, as I mentioned before, and no doubt my child may have imparted some information, but they are beings of immense magical essence and energy. Not gods, as you would say, but walking concepts made manifest. I can list some ingredients that you will need to seek, but you may need to spend a few hours awake and writing this with me.
It shouldn't be too hard. I got a decent amount of sleep, so.
Very well. I want you to roll me an investigation at advantage because Yabala is helping you.
Oh, great. Rolls have been going so well today. I got this. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
13! Okay.
This is about the average for today. Today sucks.
So, now that you got roll, so you got 13, I need you to roll me now a d6. Because you only got enough to learn about one potion.
Yeah.
5. Okay. So, let me just change. Just copy and paste. And you only know the ingredients of one particular potion, but you're not sure if it's the right one that you are looking for.
God. Where's it at? It's in the moon tier.
Yeah, I'm just
That's fine. I just
copy
wanted to
and
make
paste it right now.
Good memories. Oh, I don't think I have the moon tier. Is it in treasure?
It should be in treasures. It's for all
Oh yeah.
classes.
Okay. Yeah. It's literally right beneath the. I don't like those ingredients.
Yes, the moon tear flower is known to absorb much of the environment around it, and it is also easily malleable. And with that, let us switch to Tyrannin. You're sleeping, buddy.
Fucking finally.
It takes me a while. I know.
No. He's finally sleeping. It's been a long day. That's what I was saying.
No, he said, "Fuck you, might as well let me play the game."
And the game we shall play.
Oh God, sorry.
I don't wanna. I don't like this game.
Okay, so Tyrannin, you're sleeping. And you find yourself here. Let me just make sure we're on the right layer. You find yourself in an area very unfamiliar to you, but as a dragon, formerly a dragon, you're also attuned to the natural essence of the world around you to a degree, and this area feels very much potent in the energy and familiarity of your own lair, your own horde. But you're unsure as to why.
Where the fuck am I? Water looks nice though. I'm gonna wander up. Take a look at the reflection.
In the reflection, you do not see your reflection, but rather you see a reflection of yourself, of the dragon you used to be, except marred, scarred up. There's coverings of black veins all around the head, neck, chest area.
You and I have been through some shit, huh?
The reflection remains silent, just staring back at you, hardened eyes.
Sometimes I think I should have never left my cave. But then I was numb, wasn't I?
There's still silence, but roll me a history check.
$21.
You vaguely remember Yabla's words of the particular item that she had given you and what she had said, how to use it.
Take it out of my pocket and look at it.
It seems different, almost as if subtly glowing.
Well, no time like the present. With it in his hand, he dives into the water, disrupting the
As you-
image of his former self.
As you dive into this, I want you to roll me the following. I need you to roll me first a Constitution saving throw, and then we'll go from there.
That's a 6 with a nat 1.
Dude, we're on fire tonight for plot.
You guys are. So, as you do, you feel the energy of this pool seeping into your body more, and it burns. Almost as if it is trying to invade every single scar and injury in your body. Don't know why, but it's uncomfortable. And now I need you to roll me a perception.
18.
You feel like you're not alone in this water. There's something here as well with you, but you cannot find it. There's something swimming along in there.
It's gonna swim out farther into the center.
Okay.
And with the pain he's going through, he's just gonna try to float and wait.
So you're gonna wait. Interesting choice. So as you wait, okay, since you made that option, roll me. Heck with it. Roll me a d20.
The thing's at best at 6.
Interesting. So, as you're swimming or floating now, you sense something swim upward past you. And almost with an explosion of it flies over you for a brief moment. And it speaks in a form of Draconic that you feel is even older and more primitive than the use of Draconic that you, Syndra, and many others are used to, or even that with your mother and sister. And it simply speaks to you. Who dares come to my horde? Who dares steal the essence that I guard?
Turnin.
You are not fully here.
No. I'm not fully fucking anywhere.
Child of the usurper.
Don't call me that.
Does the truth hurt? I see that you have been cursed. Your soul torn a shrun.
Welcome to everybody else in this fucking place.
It flies over, glides over, simply lands. Your mind and form is still constrained to the laws of the usurper and the traitor. You have forgotten what it means to be a dragon.
Then how about you fucking teach me? Cause I thought I was doing a pretty damn good job before.
Okay, we're rolling initiative. Oh, wrong thing.
Fuck me.
Give me a second to get Shroud's sheet. Oh, it hurts like I'm now doing these voices. Where is your damn sheet?
Tyrion has had a shit day and he does not want to deal with this.
Okay, there's a sheet, but I'm gonna have to use this one. Oh, it's like Shroud. He rolled low too, but he simply states, "Fine." And he immediately flies over to you. And he is going to multi-attack you. With 2 claws and a bite.
I'll hit.
How are you feeling?
Let me do the math. I am conscious.
You're still conscious?
I am conscious.
Fucking beat his ass!
Go. Oh, it's your turn now.
Action surge. He clicks the blades together, dives under the water under him, and goes straight for the belly.
Go for it.
One, two, three, four, five. Yeah.
Okay, so the first two do not hit, but the others do. He is not happy about that.
He surfaces and goes.
But at least you had the fangs of a dragon. But you don't even know how to use the full power of your tools. And he starts to fly upward, and he begins to inhale.
Now fuck.
And I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw. Let me just make sure everything is yep, okay.
17.
He's firing. I'm sorry to say this. I wish I had to click it.
Yeah. Okay. No. I'm dead.
Well, I will say this. As this is happening... So, Tyrion, as you prepare, thinking that this might be a blue dragon, its mouth glows a violent color, and it fires a bright white beam right at you. And it just rips across the water, and you with it, and your body's just being pushed to the side here. And in the fadings of conscious and unconsciousness, you do hear a voice in your head, but not Shroud's. You remember Yabala talking about the jewel she was supposed to use. And let me see.
I mean, I had it. I just didn't have an epiphany on how to use it, like she said I would.
Yeah.
You will know when to use it. Dies. Yes.
You'll know when and how to use it. All right, cool. This is when. I'm just gonna hold it, I guess.
So you're looking at it, right, as you're fading conscious, because
Yeah, it's in his hand. Yeah.
it looks different. It's no longer yellow.
Thanks for this.
The dragon looks at it, or rather, it can see from the distance, and it just simply states, "Why do you have that relic?"
A friend gave it to me.
Wasted, even though you're just partially here.
Keep an eye on me. You'll see your
Oh.
words are false.
Then come, know the name of the one that awaits you, for I am Shroud, the primal dragon that guards this oasis of dreams.
I'll see you soon, Shroud.
And you wake up, finding yourself in your hut with the sharp tooth, or at least in the village. And the gem you now have is no longer yellow, but it is a very nice blue gem.
So I don't know how much you sleep, but you probably heard him stirring, and then you see as there's like a bloody imprint in his hand as he opens it, and the yellow gem is now blue in it. as he's clutched it so hard he began to bleed.
That is true. In fact, Sign,
Hello.
you notice, is Sign a light or heavy sleeper is what I should ask.
I am heavy, but wake up early because coffee is best brewed in the morning. So I'm up early. That's all I can really say. Hello.
Yes, so, you have woken up to the slight gruntings and painful shouts of Tyrannin, and brief moment he seemed like he coughed up blood,
Oh.
and the particular yellow light was glowing turns into a blue light,
Hmm.
and
Potion.
that is when Tyrannin wakes up and looks over to you to say his words.
You alright?
How do I feel?
You feel like you do need your rest. You do feel like you just got hit by a angry dragon with a force breath that was like a laser.
It feels like the world collapsed on me.
Well, I didn't hear you fall on your bed, so maybe the world did. Bad dream.
Always.
Seems I did as well, actually. Quite an interesting one. Met
Yeah.
Ed.
Ah, congratulations.
Yeah, he wanted to make a deal with me.
Should have done it.
Yeah. I warned him. Just said he wouldn't be able to control me, nor I can control myself.
Exactly why you should have done it.
Suicide bomb, huh? Maybe I should have.
I'm sure you'd come back. You tend to.
I don't always do. Hell, I could be just another sign. But enough about me. What about your dream? You coughed up blood there. I was worried you were gonna, well, keel over.
I went swimming.
That's it. That was
And
fucking
I met
boring.
a primal.
Ah, there it is. Okay. Which one did you meet? Just primal?
Shroud.
Oh,
The dreaming dragon.
hence the dream.
I would assume
Right.
so.
I didn't know he could punch you in your sleep. Then again, he's a dream dragon, so that may make sense.
It was mainly claws and teeth.
Hmm.
And then he blasted me with this fucking breath I've never seen before. I want
Probably
it.
unique to primals. Well, then go get it. But first,
No,
come
we'll all
coffee.
die.
It's debatable.
Soon, though.
Sure.
I got what I needed.
Coffee. No coffee. Okay.
No,
I'll drink the whole pot.
that's for you.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. Suppose you should wake the others.
I'm going to bed.
Oh, I'm fine. I finished my translation some time ago. Suppose
He's
I'll-
already out.
Yeah.
No, I'm tardy. Goodbye.
You know, if I wasn't a good person, I would have poured the coffee on your head.
No, half our party would have done it anyway.
Walk into the room. Hello? Wakey wakey. Eggs and bakey. And coffee. Especially coffee.
So, Syndra, as you wake up to a lot of pain as your arms have changed drastically.
Second.
Well, he got you 8 hours. You happy, satisfied?
No, just a second. I have to add something to my sheet.
Okay, I'm just gonna show this.
Well, let's see. Sign is there.
Oh, sorry, but you're paradox. I warned you not to sneak attack me. Please don't do that. Disadvantage -6, by
Walk
the way.
in on Syndra and get a knife chucked at you. Not a smart move.
You made me warp reality again. Don't do that.
By the
I
way,
just came for
sign.
coffee.
By the way, sign.
Oh yeah.
Roll me a perception at advantage because it's not really difficult to see. You didn't paradox. You definitely see that Syndra. Well, the bed is slightly bloodied. Actually, a lot of blood.
Fuck.
And she's got a new manicure.
Is this you know?
Shut up, Sign, before I throw another knife at you, and this time I won't miss.
Yes.
I dare you to try.
You take a look at her forearms. They're much more scalier than the sleek skin of the elf and dragon blood. No, it's more dragon blood, and the very tip of the fingertips are now.
Oh.
Well, she used to wear black snakeskin gloves.
Ah. Okay.
So
This is
yeah,
interesting.
this would be the
That
weird
guy's-
part because those are laying on the side.
Okay. I was about to say, if he went to sleep wearing them, those got shredded because the scales are sticking upward.
Ew.
Suppose you had some revolutionary dream like me and Sign, or me and Tannen, sorry. Seems we all had one.
Well, how did yours go?
Well, I met Ed Demise Dominguez. He wanted to make an offer for me. I tell him to stick it up his butt. Not really. But some interesting scenarios. Turns out he has his own astral plane, and quite a big concern that has come to me. I think he has one of my books. And I also think he's a paradox, or he's working with one. Or he has some ability to look into other dimensions or tell the future. But I think he has one of my books. That's the more reliant one.
Syndra kind of stands up. Walks,
In other words, an artifact from another dimension.
picks up her knife from the wall. Oh, Tyrannin. I need someone to talk to that actually knows what they're doing.
I know what I'm doing. We were having a conversation about breakfast.
To fit in the regards.
For gods, I've met a couple. I don't know. Kobolds.
Tyrannin,
Yeah.
what is the eye? God, I can't remember. I'm being dumb. What does the Eye of Asgoroth mean to you?
Miser.
You can roll me one of the following, and it'll be your choice. You can roll me either religion for the name Asgaroth. You can roll me an Arcana for possibly Asgaroth. You can then also roll me a history for what the Eye of Asgaroth is.
Oh.
And the last one, you can roll me an investigation of searching through your memories if your mom might have told you something.
6.
Eye of Asgaroth, as far as you know, your mom never told you anything about this, and
Sorry. I didn't really. I don't know if my mother ever actually brought it up. What's it supposed to mean?
You remember that fancy, pretty stone Mommy told you not to lose?
Oh, hell.
She kind of like leans down and puts her hands, which are, probably still slick with a little bit of blood, like on her knees, and stares Tyrannin in the eyes with this like really twisted kind of smile. Yeah, that was a part of it.
Part
Ed,
of what? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Ed has a part of the Eye of Asgaroth, the god of dragons.
It'd be a damn shame then if he got the moon tear. Adaria comes in
Got like
smoking her
his leg
pipe.
or something. Eye seems pretty. Ooh, just an eyeball.
Well, here's something I found out that may be interesting to you about what some of the properties do. Thanks to talking with Diabla. Allows for, let's see, it could fix people's souls, put them back together. It can cure one of any curses that would be able to haunt them through mind, body, and soul purely, or it can fuse souls with other things. Kind of like a big jigsaw puzzle.
I
So
don't
he's like a
the third
surgeon.
one.
I don't either.
All right,
He's the
so
eyeball surgeon.
where's Jabula?
Well, Adaria, you last saw
What's up?
Yabala rubbing her chin when you socked her,
Yeah.
but she's still in the hut.
Oh no, I know. I walked the. Oh, let's see. I didn't have much of a night. I just kept getting asked to open a door. Attempted to open a door, then a weird man told me not to open the door and to wake up. He really whispered in my ear, which is uncomfortable.
Weird man. Right.
Looks like weird hair. Said his name was Aurum.
Oh, you met Aurum.
No, Aurum.
Yes, Aurum.
Aurum what?
He's Aurum. Have you met
Aurum
him
what?
before?
Do you have to play this game now?
Yes, I
is-
met him.
Too damn early.
Well, I'm glad you did meet him. He's actually quite a good fellow. He's also a fellow paradox of mine. Actually gave me this key.
Should I be? He talked like you, so figured he'd be something.
Well, he invaded your memory, so I'm assuming he's looking for something with you. But I've been trying to get in contact with him for days now. No sign. Get it?
No, your sign.
That was a joke. I'm glad you got it at least. But
Sorry.
besides the point, he's significantly stronger than me. He can do a multitude of things, including freeze time, including the god of order, Primus himself. He just fucking put him in a corner. It was
Yes,
amazing.
he did happen to freeze time.
He does that.
Though I did find out that one. Okay, never mind.
Okay, never mind. Never mind what?
No. I
What? So
found
we're,
out
we're,
that
we're
one
doing share the classroom. Come on.
half the classroom left, dear.
Oh, true. Well, actually, they died. You're right.
There's
No, I
generally
mean-
motion for them to follow.
Okay.
Yes. Also, Adaria and actually, wait, Syndra, are you covering your new manicure, or are you have that exposed still?
Pretty sure he's gonna shred my gloves.
Yeah, it will.
So she
Yeah.
might pull her sleeves down, but yeah.
Yeah. So Terranin, Adaria, you do notice that Syndra has quite a new manicure.
And there was a lot of blood in that room.
Yeah,
Dear Lord, I didn't know that's how extreme you went in, but if you suit yourself,
it's been a bit of a party.
there's a little bit more than a party and some bloody fingers.
Cinder
Okay.
turns and like clenches the claw at like wanting to grab her by the throat.
Oh, please do.
Sure,
Apparently, I had someone else with a kink, and I was apparently into it.
Nah, he was just fucking with you.
No, that wasn't Aurum, dear. It was
Ah,
that
Disappointed.
a woman that we were tasked in trying to find. Apparently, I took great pain in pleasuring. Bleh.
Pleasuring.
First
Oh,
time.
interesting.
Take great pleasure in giving people pain and doling it out.
Sadist.
Is that why you all give me headaches right in the fucking morning?
No,
that's because we enjoy you and we think it's a great way to bond.
I do it of my own volition.
With the skin on my arms ripped off. I'm not really in a great mood.
You don't look like it. Want some coffee?
I was blasted by a primal.
I thought you said no fruit.
Well, it's not fruit. It's coffee.
Coffee comes from a fruit. It's the seed of a fruit.
This doesn't
Is
look
there-
like a fruit in it.
Jesus Christ.
You enter. You see Yingama just kind of look a little perplexed and definitely took a quick glance at Syndra's condition, just kind of scurries out. Says, "Oh, well, Mom, but we'll get you some medical aid." She immediately runs into the hut adjacent to Yabala's and starts.
I think it's mostly just blood, nothing injured.
And Yabala kind of sitting down, drinking what can be clearly morning brew of coffee or tea, something that an ancient kobold that's still well beyond the years of mortal kobold should be living is sipping on.
Well,
And
Blacker and darker than anyone.
yeah, and she just kind of, even though she still has that lily over her head covering the eyes, just looks. You can tell she looks a little perplexed of your sudden arrival.
My
Yes.
apologies.
Did something happen?
Does the name Asgaroth mean anything to you?
I am surprised you are speaking of the name of the progenitor dragon of all. The ancient father of, well, the one that brought this land to existence.
is he the one sleeping?
Well, if we go
No.
by legends, Asgaroth got chopped in two, and Bahamut and Tiamat are the result of each half.
Is that what your lands tell you?
Well, that's the book that was held its candlekeep says.
Kind of grumbling, but it's not one of annoyance or anger. It's just kind of, well. Our myths and lore have a different one. One that perhaps would be considered blasphemous to your lands. Do you wish to hear it?
Without a doubt at this moment, considering both of my arms are in the amount of pain.
Poor child.
And I'm pretty sure the only thing that's going to save it is me strangling one of these people behind me.
Never tried it.
I'm waiting for it, to be honest.
That moment where she's like, her hands are ready to snap to his neck.
She, surprisingly, the old kobold walks over to you, Syndra, and very gently places her old scaly hand over yours. And you do feel a bit of refreshing coolness that numbs the pain a bit, but you know that once the numbness is over, it'll come back. Perhaps this will help you for now.
I think my great-grandfather has a weird idea of what gifts are.
It seems to be more of a trial than a gift, but perhaps the gift is the reward for succeeding the trial. Practitioners of the mystic arts are quirky that way. I had given my son Zarmba and my grandchildren their particular tasks, as well as to my daughter Shaktima, their own trials, which, while some had failed many times, they eventually had passed and earned greater power for it. Though, we are going a bit off topic. Our legends of Asgaroth, or as we have called them, Io, the dragon of creation, the founder of the land and world. He met his end when he fought against the original being of the Grand Maul. And through that battle, his soul was separated from his body. His body came crashing down upon the land, which then formed our home, for it was made in memorial. Let me just get her ancient lore. There is no true concrete lore of the origins of the Sleeping Mountain, though it has always been there and shall remain forevermore in these lands. If was there even before our tribe's ancestors, the first settlers, the native wildlife, and no doubt the primals that hold some control over their small domains. Amongst our people, it is widely believed that the Sleeping Mountain emerged from the corpse of Io in the endless ocean's depths. Through it, it courted the Mother Gaia and the Lady of the Sea as a new existence. Though upon this union of the three with the Sky Father's blessings, this land formed, became the dominion, the foundation of the Sleeping Mountain, where it acted as both pillar, the divider, and most importantly, guardian god. The soul of Io was split into the concepts of good and evil, law and order, concepts that were foreign to that of the true essence of the dragons. One became the usurper, Tiamat, and the other one became the traitor, Bahamut. I believe you have different concepts to these entities, but why do we call them the usurper and the traitor? Tiamat was called the usurper because she intended to steal the power and take the throne of Io, or rather, the remains of Io's reincarnation, I suppose one could say. But she could not best the Sleeping Mountain, because the Sleeping Mountain, its domain is here, and hers is no longer that of the physical, for she is now only spirit. The traitor, Bahamut, though he had never confronted nor challenged the Sleeping Mountain, his actions were a betrayal to that of the dragon kind. For instead of challenging and establishing dominion over dragonkin, as what it is in our ancient bloodline must do, he ran away from it. He instead established new territory in the beyond by coercing, speaking, acknowledging those that are not a dragon, and in some ways changing them. And due to the wormlings that followed the usurper and the traitor, they were no longer seen as the true dragons of our kind. The dragons that do live here, which are few, do not see the usurper or traitor dragons as kin, but rather things that must be destroyed. Abhorrence, aberrations. It is a tragic tale, I suppose, but it is only seen as tragic if you lived as long as I have, and are not as youthful and bound to old thought process. Primal dragons, though extremely rare and few, do exist in our land, but they live in a certain mindset of what it means to be dragon. While other creatures seek power, just as dragons do, thus they ascend to the level of a primal, becoming a manifest concept. Hunger, power, storm, elements.
Dreams.
Yes, dreams as well.
Holds up the gem.
I do not recall it being that color when I gave it to you.
It wasn't that color yesterday.
Perhaps you have some link to this land that neither of us can tell or know.
Well, it seems that everything in this land can see my soul, so I'm assuming it's somewhat powerful here.
She looks at you. And it is definitely the kind that is studying. And let me roll something for her. It's not really high, but 18. Your bloodline. I believe you're not a true dragon of the usurper's kin. At least not whole-blooded one.
You'd be correct. Flexes the sapphire wing.
The gem dragons, rare but not unheard of. They are closest to what we would respect of a true dragon. Neither the usurper nor the traitor. A odd paradox of using the two, but yet not the two. No doubt it is your sapphire blood that is calling to the land, and the land calls to the sapphire blood in you. You would do well to heed some of its innate callings that none of us could hear, but only you.
I'll keep my ears open.
It is not your ears you need to keep open, but your very spirit.
There's a pretty big hole, so I'm pretty sure I'll figure it out.
Perhaps. But just because they call you broken vessel, it simply means that you can reforge yourself to something stronger. And it's not that creatures could see the souls, but they can see the effects of a soul that has been broken at a time. She pauses, looks around, waiting for anyone to speak a question, and takes another sip of her tea.
I guess my only question would be, because Dagathoth brought it up, we're looking at a problem with Null. Well, you're looking at a dead god. And everything dies. God of death is Null.
You're referring to the Night Dragon.
Yes. The Riva.
Yes, we do not have much lore or interactions with him.
Well, there's the three siblings, Bahamut, Tiamat, and Null.
Oh? They refer to Null as a sibling to Bahamut and Tiamat. That is peculiar. You see, our legends, I suppose it is due to the different lands and we have been here for so long, but Noel was Asgaroth's twin. where Asgroth was creation, Null was destruction.
Oh, bloody hell.
Of course, Task, the other, the taker and holder, the third of the great three, did not have much say in our old lore of at least the Sleeping Mountain's origins. But the two that we most definitely know of is Asgaroth, or Io, as we mostly know him as, and Null, the twin, the opposing but yet binding star. One creation, one destruction. When Io was split, his soul destroyed, it was believed that Null was the one that did his best to preserve his twin. Something that was contradictory to his existence. We do not know the full tales of the legends, but perhaps in some of the ancient temples that still exist and predates our tribes may be of interest to you. One that is actually within the northern Thunder Coast. She points a finger to you, Syndra. And let me just... My mate had once told me of a temple under the sea. He could not explore it, but he believes that there was something in there. And let me shift you guys to the overview map. Oh, wait, that was wrong. Where is map? Oh, did I screw that up? Yes, I did. And my player thing is going wrong. Give me a second. Let me just...
I mean, we all can just use the macro.
Yes, that is true. So... Let me just make sure, and... She highlights, or rather, pings it to your mind. There is a temple my mate had mentioned seeing, as I said before, but he could not explore it because of its depths, and unsure of what mysteries lie beneath it. Not to mention it was under the control of several other warring tribes that wanted control over that area, and was under the control or territory of a sea primal. Thus, he did not want to risk its wrath. I understand you wish to go to these waters. The amulet that I've shown you may help you. You could proceed without it.
Ruins I need to go to.
I would wish you luck on that. She quietly burps a little bit of the tea out of her system. But as far as what lies within the ruins or that temple, I cannot say. Knowledge that I have acquired was given to me by my elders when I was but a hatchling. And there are, unfortunately, many perspectives, many truths, as well as many lies. I hope that what you seek you are satisfied with the answer you find. And it may bring you fortune. Now, it is the start of a new day, and I believe you are to meet with the Bone Breakers, but neither I or those of the Chartooth will completely accompany you, other than my grandson, Igmalos, and we will lend you our raptor mounts, which they will be loyal to you, as you are shown to be loyal and friends to the Sharktooth tribe. My son will be again dealing with patrols as usual, no doubt to chew on the words you have given him. And she kind of rubs her the lower part of her snout. And Adaria, you do remember you did clock her there.
I do apologize for that. It's a bit of a bad dream.
Dreams are necessary to a degree. They either give us the reprieve that we greatly desire, or send us dire messages and warnings of possible tomorrows. But don't let them be what rules your soul. If that happens, you'll always be living in fear.
Keep that in mind.
Excellent. Well, I wish you all luck. May your new day bring you prosperity. And with that, all those who are under the trial of death may bring it down to a -1.
Yay!
And I will say this is the end of the session. Thank you, everybody.
Pain.
Well, hopefully you enjoy that. Thank you, everyone, for this evening. I am your DM of this particular campaign, Miser. I don't have any particular social medias or outlets for the time being, but you can find my content and stuff on Mariner and Jeebus Adingus's Twitter stuff and their pages, which I will now be turning the page over to our honorable host, Jeebus Adingus.
Hey everyone, I'd like to thank y'all for coming. I am Jeebus Dingus on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. I will be slowly catching back up with the uploads. Just doing what I can with the full work schedule and everything. Beginning Tuesday of this week through Monday of next week, I will be in Texas, so there will be no stream. I will not be here for the next session of the Wildlands, but I will be able to host Drake's Salvation, so we won't be missing one of those.
No. Now I have to talk to myself the whole. No, just kidding.
I said I won't be missing.
No, I said I was joking for the Wildlands.
Oh, okay.
Now who will I make shitty jokes at?
Yourself, as you're gonna shill yourself.
Cool.
Probably.
100%. Anyway, I'm DM Mariner. On Twitch, I occasionally sometimes stream on at Transpace Mariner, and then on Twitter, it's at DM Mariner, and I occasionally post really stupid or whatever my brain is processing at like 2 in the morning whenever I decide to post on Twitter. Yeah, I'll just throw it over to whoever wants to catch the ball.
I think I'm the only one here now.
No,
Real
Hexic's still here.
I really got nothing to post.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Goth Moogle. I play St. Gallows, Callisti, and Justice. Probably in the bottom of this, you probably noticed that there's a link. That's Chaos and Paradox at card.co. That's to my commission information. Probably here soon, we're probably gonna actually see some new artwork of some characters here in this game.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it is. It was the worst commission I've ever done. Why?
I know.
Why did you make me do it? Why did you make me take your filthy money, Mariner?
Because I can't shove it anywhere else. I can't shove it anywhere else to help my crippling coke addiction. So, Jesus Christ! And on that note,
Hey, Coke? I thought it was cloaks. You...
no coke, just a shit ton of coke. Anyway. Okay.
All right,
wait.
X, it's your turn.
I have really nothing to post, but I mean, yeah, I'm agreed. I play Sign the Paradox, bro. I really don't stream anymore. I'm kind of just been doing stuff, so I suppose I'll just leave it at that. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you all for watching, and we will see you tomorrow for Drake's Salvation.
Yay.
Thank you.